Hello and a happy good morning, everyone. I have just rolled out of bed and it is time to start looking for these double cup games. We'll have Vinchester Sato in the lower bracket final, and it's supposed to start in the next 5 minutes or so. So I'll keep an eye for when the players come online. I just make some posts that I'm going live. I don't even know if I can tweet this anymore. You're going to at least post it in my Discord. And I wonder if I need to re-download or at least re-up that map mod. Let me just click that in my mod menu. And hello, Maxos. Hello, hello. Good afternoon to you. I hope you're not too distraught over France's loss the other day. I got so many map pools, I can't even see where this is. Double cup map pack. Thanks. I hope that, wait a minute, I need to put a space in this. There we are. It's hard, but life goes on, as it goes on for Sato, who is also your fellow countryman from France. No, when I start thinking about Age of Empires Nation Cups, and if Eddie were to come back, France would have a pretty darn good team with Sato, Margugu, Eddie. I don't know who else is still playing on the French side. Let's see if I can start a game in Capture Age just to get the scoreboard set up. I feel like after a Windows update, my toolbar has changed and I don't like it. Viper is playing a game of Arabia. We could spectate him. The Chinese players are in an arena team game again. I like that. And of course, the game I click hasn't started yet. I'll watch the Viper game. Oh, Huang is playing too. Windows, yes. Get my audio set up. Alright, so we'll have the scoreboard set up in Capture Age when the players get live. I don't think there's any drafting, I think it's just some set maps that they'll be playing, and I know there's an AoE zone post where those are detailed. And I still don't see either of those players online. So until they do come online, would we rather see Viper or Huang? I'm going to go with Viper for the moment. So let's just click all my scenes so that they're active. And we'll have Viper as Sicilian fighting Andre as the Berbers on Arabia. And hello, John the Impaler. Viper, of course. Maybe Viper and Huang will get matched up. Viper will be in his yellow, defending against some scouts, fighting with Vils. Andre is given an 11. And I'll just keep this game going. What is that guy's elo? Andre, he's a 2K player. He's not the same level as Viper is, but I wonder if the dashboard bot, if we do match, will give us information. Come on, Happy Leaves bot, you can do it. Apparently not. Anyway, Viper's apparently going for the donjons and the sergeants. And now, apologies if we do suddenly stop this game because the actual tournament starts, but I'll try to keep an eye on them on my other monitor. Nope, the bot is not living. Those sergeants are constructing the donjon. We'll have Andre going up to the Castle Age first, as this donjon gets taken out by the scouts. And I feel like Viper might be memeing a bit harder than will be successful. I don't know, what are these guys' attack bonus against buildings? +2. With the villagers, they could maybe destroy that stable. Anyway, more scouts coming forward. Viper will be mostly walled. Scouts would have to dive the TC. With only 4 of them, they'll take some fire, but they could just run and get into the wood line. You would have to do some Masterpiece quick walls behind that. Let's see, there are a couple of... There's that one weak build. Oh, they go through the weak house. Nice play there from Andre. And Viper has to Masterpiece his wood line hard with the farm there. And he'll get some hits on a Vill. Could maybe pick that Vill over there. And yeah, so he'll get 1 Vill there. Unless Viper Masterpieces. Oh, Andre, he's aware. Yeah, it takes her out though. No Masterpiece. And while it was going on, Sergeant's just though adding more donjons. Defensive tower on the gold. And as Andre's up to the Castle Age, what does he go for here? Does he go for a Mangonel to defend this? Could go for some cheap Berber Knights. Maybe Knights from 2 stables is the play here. You have something to fight the Sergeants. As long as you get the armor, you can be under the donjons. Or it might just be Mangonel. And still don't see Winchester or Citeaux online yet, but I'll keep my eye on that. And he might be going for the migration strategy of if the donjons go up and take your gold and your forward base, just run and take your back gold. You have these little bunny hills around this version of Arabia to put the donjons on. I'll give you the attack bonus, not against buildings at least, but against units. And we'll see this nice version of Arabia gives you a bit of spacing between your resources and your wood line, so you can fit that camp there. And now this one sergeant will run past a couple of low HP vills, run through all of them, and he'll be just passing before turning around to wield his axe. I never saw that attack animation. He's very, like... There's like a backhand with the axe. I don't think that's perhaps the best way of using an axe in combat, but it gets the job done. Oh, hello, French Vipers fan. Well, you'll get to see Vipers, Sergeant get some little sneak attacks in, as Andre is microing at the front, trying to keep his scouts alive against the spears. And 1 armor now, so can survive that TC fire a bit, but fletching for Viper. Oh, Viper has a hole. His woodline is open. Knight runs out, though. Only 1 knight had gotten in. And the sergeants are coming forward to dismantle the archery ranges. I thought this Castle Age was going to be good for Andre, but a bit too fast when the towers produce units. If this was just a normal watchtower push, then he'd be doing a Mangonel, and the Mangonels would be killing the donjons, or would be killing the watchtowers. But since they produce the sergeants, this map control is also forward military for Viper. And 2 stables, perhaps 3 stable knights would have been the better play instead of the siege workshop. But either way, hard to do that when you're pushed off of your gold. I guess the scorpions will be a bit useful, but the knights will need their armor to really be able to push back the towers. I guess the scorpions do help against potential spearmen, but imagine like 3 or 4 more knights, he could take a fight against the sergeants and clear them. Again, right now work on clearing this donjon at least, but his main gold... Imagine having to swing your axe in front of your shield to strike. This gold here... You do have a big shield. Is still under control of the Viper. And I see Vinch is now online. I don't see him in the lobby yet, but he is online, so our game should get started shortly. As Viper will garrison and heal. Do Sicilians get herbal medicine? I guess they won't get it in the feudal age, but moving into the castle age could be an option if they do have it. They don't have a great monastery. But, oh, they do have herbal medicine. And now Andre will start to take out these donjons as Viper is clicking up, but this is a very late uptime, about 26 minutes in. And he did a ton of damage with those sergeants, but now his donjons will be taken out, the ram coming out, and that large army doesn't hold up to the knights. Even with only one armor, they'll stand under those towers. The donjons do not get extra arrows from the sergeants. You need villagers for that. And even the scorpions with their pierce armor can hold up underneath the donjons. I think they only do, I guess they do a bit of damage. How much? With 12 pierce attack, they actually do 5 damage per bolt. And hello, Rbase96. Great to see this. Well, I see Vinch online. I don't see Sato yet, and they'll hopefully get started in pretty soon. And looks like Anže will clean this up and take a pretty healthy score lead. Viper will even that up just a bit by finishing his Castle Age upgrade, but he is but a single donjon remaining at the front. As this final gold from Andre, despite this sneak sergeant, was not able to be controlled by the Viper, and that let him get the gold to pump those cheap Berber Knights. This is only 1 TC. Well, Viper's trying to change that, but he's going to need some quick walls. We need to delete that farm and get some walls up there, or get a wall by the house. And TC is up. Pikemen coming out for the Viper. Those Sicilian pikemen won't really have numbers, though. Where is his barracks, even? I joined this game late, so I don't see where the barracks is. It is forward. Pikemen and squires from a single forward barracks. He adds in 3 TCs, and will try to boom with 3 TCs while the knights are coming forward. I think Andre recognizes that, immediately does the extra +2 armor so he can get under the TCs. Viper, in turn, will do Bodkin arrows to try to counteract that and still have his TCs doing some damage to the knights. Always something to take care of Bodkin arrows, so your TC's up to 7 attack. So you still do 3 damage against the 4 armor of the knights. With Bodkin, the knights actually will... Now, they're going to get a lot of idle time here on the eco, but a few pikemen with Bodkin TCs, when they don't have +2, the knights will be taken out and have to run away. So at least for the moment, the snake will hang on. And that'll buy Sato some time to come online and start his games. And now we will have the Castle Age TC rush as Viper is taking some stone. But Andre will be having none of that as he goes to build his own TC upon it, finding a little open area at the base of these hills as they pause. And it is Viper who is pausing. He says sec. That doesn't show up in Capture Age yet. And hello, Rabchang. And despite those forward knights, Bodkin helped out the Viper there, and on 3 TCs, he does have a 52 to 47 Vil lead. Is down by 16 military, but Andre can't quite pressure those TCs yet with but merely 10 knights. Or having seen so many faces IRL. Oh yeah, I'm used to that now because I went to meetups many years ago. Maybe Sato couldn't handle World Cup defeat and referee cheats. I'm feeling some salt there from Maxos. Or after that French loss. Oh yeah, Rabchang, I guess you probably attended that in person then. Oh, we'll have Andre throwing up his TC on the left here, as I still don't see Sato online. And Viper's second is more than a second. like an hour train ride, and it didn't even cost money to use it. Oh, it must be nice to live in a country with readily accessible trains. I do miss that about living in Berlin. Anyway, we now have a pause during our backup game while waiting for the main event.
Yes.
Oh, there we go. And where will Andre strike with these knights? This northern TC is perhaps a bit vulnerable, but the gold is really what he'd like to hit. Worry for Viper is he has but a single wood line. And it is rather thin and will perhaps quickly be depleted of its remaining trees. It felt awkward with all the empty seats at DreamHack, oh no. And Viper will be going for a castle. And we all know not to joke about the labor force that is required to build castles. Lest our videos have to be taken down. So it looks like Viper pushed off of that gold he was mining, as he's still buying time for Citeaux to arrive. So Sicilian castles, they always go up. No dead villagers there. And castles 11 plus 2 knights, even with the armor, cannot stand their firepower in the castle age. Is Viper going to be adding in a 4th TC and working towards that magic number of 5 Sicilian TCs for the First Crusade? And 28 to 2 military could rapidly change with the First Crusade, but Viper needs another TC for it. Nice usage of the monks there to heal up these knights. And Scorpions with 7 range can stand outside the TC. Upon the hill even, they can do a bit more damage to the TC. Or I guess 7 and 7 cancel out, so it would just be a tiny... So I guess the hill wouldn't actually matter there. It'd still be the minimum of 1. Against the farm, they can do more damage, though. The video ref system in football, soccer. I saw that they were using some new type of ball with sensors on the inside of it, and like trackers on the players to help with offsides and stuff. And I can't help but think going for these huge masses of Scorpions can be a mistake when a mangonel or 2 on a hill would apply so much more pressure to that TC. As Viper still... With this TC, he's managed to secure another gold, but now the mobility of the knight's able to come over here. Might be able to take him off that for the moment. And that's a lot of barracks. Going full pikeman, and is up by 20 vills. And there's his extra TC, and he's going for that First Crusade. Down by 1,000 score, but that could change rapidly with a timely Age of Empires 3-like bonus of 35 military spawning out of nowhere. In combination with some pikemen being produced from those barracks. Viper probably wants to do armor if he's going to fight Scorpions with pikemen. Now 2 garrisoned TCs will be shooting at the knights, and with Bodkin doing a fair bit of damage to them. 18, 22 knights over here. Viper will need to push out soon. Those TCs won't last forever. This double cup looks sus. Well, it's not double cup yet. Meanwhile, this woodline for the Viper, depleted of all trees, and is nothing but a collection of stumps littering the ground as he now has to move away from the safety of his TCs to a faraway woodline on a pond where the knights can raid, and trying to defend against the rams. Finally, siege that can really destroy the TCs. Not enough HP left to garrison, and the vills have to run. Now here come the pikemen. That TC has to stay up for First Crusade to have its full effect, and it goes down a few seconds before the Crusade comes in. Viper doesn't have the wood to throw up another one in time. And here are the sergeants. Sergeants can deal with the scorpion. Vills are going to run in and try to help out. But this is a lot of knights. A lot of knights and not many pikes. The knights themselves enough to deal with the sergeants. That's a big army for Viper. He has lost his Vill lead. Now it's Andre with the +10, but Viper had those Vills for a while. If you look at that idle time, though, that's a lot of idle time. You get more idle time when you have more TCs sometimes. Viper takes the score lead for a fleeting moment, at least. As, ooh, he actually will find a castle. And this is the Berbers, not the Sicilians. And he's trying to quick wall and puts his workers in very safe working conditions. This will not be a soccer stadium castle. It's 7 less sergeants, but oh, might be a soccer stadium castle, as though quick walls were not finished. The hill was a bit misleading, as a couple vills are getting poked and being forced away. Andre has to force right-click this foundation if he wants to be hosting the next World Cup, and gets it up. And now the castle will take out the pikemen. Or actually it won't, because of murder holes, but the knights will come and clean them up anyway. And hello, Azelos. No, we can use those jokes here. This video will not be deleted. Anyway, another TC for Viper, but too late for the first crusade. And he can launch with a single crusade, as I still don't see Sato anywhere. Oh gosh, even they did have the Middle Eastern architecture. Anyway, Viper's now raiding with his remaining sergeants, but the knights should be winning these fights, especially on the hills and under the TCs and with the Scorpion support. Might have a few dead vills and a bit of idle time for Andre, but overall he should clean this up without much issue. The big issue for Viper, though, is his back TC now being raided again by the knights. As adding in ballistics, that'll help at least the TC fire in dealing with the knights. Hello, Janchess. Viper with the Sicilians, his castles go up. Always go up, even with only 2 vills. Oh, he runs his vills away. Realizes it's not safe. Doesn't realize his TC is under pressure, though. And I think all these vills might actually make it back. He does have wheelbarrows, so they are a bit faster. And I still just see Vinch online, not in a game, and no Sato. I'm hoping they're still holding to the AoE zone schedule I saw before I went to bed last night. And low HP knights have to worry about the castle now. And the TC fire, as now the botkin will really start to pay off. Now, we think Sato is probably still just recovering from the World Cup. As Andre is still raiding with knights. Still does have the score lead. Vill count dead even. And Viper's trying to chase after with the pikemen, as we have a bit of a catch-up there. You can feel that lag sometimes. And it seems as though things have evened out. Both players will be playing for the late game. Andre does have a bit more of the map control and the wood control. And already has 2 relics to his name and a 3rd down by his base he should be able to secure. Viper should get that one there and probably the one over there, so in all likelihood 3-2 relics in favor of Andre. See if the lion gets involved and tries to chase after a knight. Oh, these are low HP knights. Lion is too slow, though. Not going to catch them. There would be a small delay. Vinch asks Sato if they start the draft soon. No sight of Sato, though. All right. This is why we have chat. They can keep track of all of the Discord servers for us and figure out when the games are going to start. There's no force in the world that can compare to the power of Twitch chat. And well, Andre still has yet to pick up that relic. Viper will be the first player up to Imp. Andre not quite close there on the resources, just now doing ballistics and gold shaft mining, trying to add in the camel archers to deal with the pikemen. That is really the Berber answer to pikemen. And there's also a Parthian tactics change, which could affect camel archers. I forget what the specifics of that, though. I think they transferred 2 pierce attack to the cav archers themselves, or to heavy cav archers instead of from Parthian tactics. But it still applies +4 to the camel archers, so it doesn't change them. Yeah, okay. Doesn't change the camel archers, it's only the heavy cav archer change. And they don't get Parthian tactics anyway. Oh, I didn't realize that, but I guess they don't. Parthian would definitely help them out against the pikemen, but without it, they'll just have to make do with normal camel archers, which themselves are quite good at clearing the pikemen. Ooh, Pike pokes down a scorpion as we have another castle getting poked at by pikemen. But Andre should be able to force it up. Still does have the number advantage with his army, and will be up to Imp about a minute slower than Viper. Just with these Sicilian castles guarding the eco, can't get much raiding done and will be forced to treb them down. Viper has finished his main gold, has to move out to the secondary and extra golds. Securing that extra gold is important for him, and he will have access to a stone to the southeast. So these guys will have just their main attack, actually. No bonus against infantry. That's the plan for Viper in terms of units. I imagine Hauberk Cavaliers. That's usually what Sicilians want to do in 1v1s. Especially against the Camel Civ and a Civ that's going archers. To fight that, you really just want to have better cavalry. Berbers can have the numbers. Will he be going for a Kibosh? Make those camel archers pop out a bit faster. And perhaps also the Trebs. Oh, it's not easy peasy, thank you for the follow. Oh, nice outpost there from Andre, I like that. He's gonna see when the Trebs start popping. Oh, great use of outposts. All of this. Now, Viper had a monk forward trying to get a relic, I think, but the Vils will take him out and have to chase down that other Vil. Will we see some masterpiece quick walls from this Vil from the Viper? As Andre is still probing with his army. And we see plate parting, Cavalier, and we'll just need to keep an eye on Hauberk from Viper. With the lion, Viper, yeah, he quick walls and goes for a stable. Another lion gets involved, and oh gosh, could the lions get Andre's villagers here? Are they targeting Andre or Viper? Oh, they're going for Andre. These vills could go down. That lion gets a kill, and these two lions will get another kill. Oh, Viper using the animal kingdom and the quick wall to keep his Vil alive and get the forward stable. The hacks from the snake, and now these lions will not be aggressive because that Vil is quick wall then. Nature on the side of the snake, as Andre's army just now doing plate barding, but still not able to find a spot under those castles to do some raiding. Camel archers definitely cannot sit under there, as here come the Cavaliers, and with 2+6 pierce armor, these elite camel archers will be doing only 3 damage per arrow. Not that much. It is at least a unique unit with a bit more attack than the normal Arbalest. Lion would have 12 versus 10. But wait. Oh, actually, wait. 2 plus 6 is 8. They'll be doing 4 damage per arrow. It's 8 plus 4. As long as he has all of his upgrades with chemistry and bracer, which I think he does. He's not cheating, he's just lying. Anyway, crop rotation, Viper ready for the long game. He did have that 5 relic Byzantine game against Vinchester the other day in the double cup. He's trying to get some rating of his own in. So the Berber Cavaliers will not hold up against the extra armor in straight up fights, but they will be cheaper. And in the long run, not quite the cheapness of the Poles, but at least a bit easier for Andre to keep producing. And now the Trebs are popping. Viper doesn't quite have the numbers, even with Halberg, to push into that many Camel Archers. And it's crucial that we have a unique unit here, just for that extra damage. Viper trying to add in Light Cav, but they're not going to do much against the Camel Archers. A brief pause there. Now Capture struggles to come back. Sorry for Viper. As some Cavaliers will be charging into this eco again with Halberg. They can do their raiding. They will not be taking damage from the TCs. Only 1 damage per arrow there. And Andre's Vil count is dropping. Viper does have the lead there, but is under pressure from the forward Trebs. Trying to come forward with Rams and the Cavaliers at the same time. Not quite going to have the Rams at the timing he wants. Will just have to content himself with sniping off the Trebs. 1 goes down, the second right behind it. But lost a few Cavaliers there. Can't push back the Camel Archers yet. This be 100 hours. As long as it lasts and ends exactly when Sato arrives for the actual tournament games, then we'll be good. Maybe I should change the title. Waiting for Sato versus Vinchester, and someone will have to remind me to change that back once we actually get started. Well, Andre's stabilizing for now. And he has a large mass of Camel Archers, 50, and that should be enough to push back even these Halberg Cavaliers. Viper will need something else to deal with them. The Sicilian farms are great for that. Look at all that food he has. 800, 858. These farms will last a long time. This would be where, if he were the Malay, he'd be fish trapping the pond. Camel Archers being taken out by that castle fire. Andre not quite controlling them, and Viper deciding he's not going to fight the main force of Camel Archers. Instead, he's going for a raid. If Andre is putting 50 of his population to the Camel Archers, that will make it harder for him to have Cavalier numbers to respond to these raids. And not being fully walled, just trying to get up the walls. That forward stable is still there. And honestly, a couple light cav in that stable could be annoying in stopping the walls. Farms would generate units standing on them, but lose food in reverse. That would be like a defense against raiding bonus. That's certainly not an idea I've heard before. Anyway, we have Arson and in plate mail armor. Viper could be switching back for the sergeants or just looking to add in halves. As once again, his castle at least is on a hill. But Andre is here with 4 trebuchets, and 4 trebs, regardless of hill height, is difficult to repair against and will cost Viper quite a bit of stone. And I worry this castle might be a bit too forward. That's a lot of rams for Viper. Soak up Cav Archer fire, but he doesn't have his Cavaliers in position with the rams to take this fight. And without the bulk of his army here, the rams will just be picked off. He can try to pull them under the castle, but the halbs aren't quite where they need to be. Halbs maybe could hop inside the rams for a bit of a cover from those camel archers, but a 5th trebuchet out now. That castle will not stand against 5 trebs. Viper desperately repairing, and he needs to start sniping off the trebs. Might get one. If he gets one with the hill, he might keep the castle alive, and he does. Just gets the snipe he needs, but not enough. Doesn't have the repair vills there. And, well, this doesn't open up too much. A few farms on the front, but he has another castle in the back. The bigger worry now, though, is the trebs can start working on these TCs and even eventually gain that hill for besieging the castle. And now has a front to attack the other castle. Meanwhile, Viper's raiding. Andre's down to 94 vills, has lost his relics, and doesn't have a way to clean these cavaliers. But at the same time, Viper is just going to be throwing trash units into this gold army of camel archers. And this will not be a pretty KD. The light cav, though, are there to snipe off the trebs, and it's killing the valuable units that matter. Can he get one more treb? He just does. He manages it. And only 2 trebs left for Andre. 2 trebs is something Viper can repair against, so long as he buys stone. Buying stone could be a limiting factor, though, as he's running low on gold. And that neutral stone could be huge. He did have a stone down there, but he's mined it all already. And has 2 more on stone. I'm not sure where they are. This neutral stone here, that's not neutral. There's 4 there. This was actually the main stone. And this Viper's coming in just slowly but surely, trying to throw the halbs against the camel archers, pick them off one by one, get this mass down, but there's still 47 of them as the light cav come from behind. Viper, though, still with the Vil lead. His cavalier raids have run through the entire eco, destroyed the monastery, destroyed a TC, but still Viper can't take out these 2 trebs. He's out of stone, can't repair that castle. If that goes down, that'll open his eco up to raids. Still only light cav. Do the Berbers, they do get Hussars? There's so many civs now, I'm forgetting what their stable looks like. They do get Hussars, so it is the lacking of the upgrade there from Andre. Still only on the light cav, fully upgraded, but lacking Hussar. Viper about to run out of castles. Can his cavaliers snipe off these 2 remaining trebs? This castle will be important for keeping this farming space available to him in the long run. And Vils can't repair enough. Cavaliers snipe off the trebs and then have to run away. And as they switch to full trash, Berbers do have a pretty good trash army. And Sicilians just won't take that bonus damage, though. But against the camel archers, going halbs, the bonus damage doesn't really come into play. And, as long as Andre isn't making any counter units, which he hasn't all game, Viper really isn't able to utilize his bonus. What now is Genitors? Exactly. But Genitors against the Sicilians of all civs, probably the least civ where you want to be using them due to that bonus matchup, bonus damage negation in the matchup. And Andre's walls still not up, and Viper's stable remains alive. He'll be pumping some light cav in to raid this eco for a long time. And the longer this goes on, the more these camel archer numbers, one by one, will dwindle here and there against attacks from the Viper. As forward TC, Andre trying to secure the wood. KD still in favor of the Berbers. As Viper's losing control of his farming economy, that castle's being taken out was crucial as he can't continue farming. And needs to retreat to the outsides where his eco would be more vulnerable to raiding should he ever be raided. But it's hard to get the raids in when the bulk of your army still is these camel archers that you don't want to lose to TCs. And he's putting them under 2 TCs. Viper's attacking with halbs, deleting a lumber camp to try to get a better surround. And this could be the death of Andre's army as the light cav and the halberd cavaliers run in from behind. The TCs continue getting their arrows in. And these numbers are dwindling. They were at 50 plus earlier in the game, but now down under 30. A few halbs will pick them off as the TCs get some more arrows in while they try to retreat. And that's exactly the fight Viper needed. Andre not taking care to preserve his army numbers. And now as this switches to the trash units, Viper has to be feeling like he's in a better spot. He can reclaim his farms now. And this is a small enough number that the Halberdiers will start to do better work against the Light Cav. We know that Viper doesn't like to resign when he can spam Halbs against Light Cav raids. But lacking the barracks in the north, only on stables with his own Light Cav and a castle there. Is that fight now enough? As Andre is splitting up his army, has 60 plus Light Cav, adding in his own villas as Viper's population starting to drop just a bit. 63 on food, but all of his food is spent in his queue. Actually, he doesn't really have much queued. We do have a bit more of a queue here from Andre in addition to his farmers. So Andre's farming eco for the moment is safe, other than the sneak stable, which will be trickling in Light Cav, but they can't do much with the castle there. Other than keep this wall up, or wall from going up. Viper can pump out the Halbs. Finally, the Hussar upgrade in. Andre was raiding without it, though. And Viper's eco is just so spread out now. Had to farm out here without that center castle, and will be harder to react and defend. And even going forward, Viper needs these wood lines. Wouldn't actually mind Viper trying to get some forward walls, secure the wood. And this forward stone still sits untaken. At the foot of the hill in the front of Viper's base. And please, Andre, finish those walls. Finish those walls. He can't finish the walls as the Light Cav keep picking off those villagers, and Viper will get another raid coming through. I have to wonder, do you actually want to raid with the Cavaliers now? And Viper's deciding no, he wants to keep his gold units alive. Perhaps get them in a castle to heal. But they are valuable now for picking off Hussar raids. We have a couple more Camel Archers being added back in, up to 30, but still not the numbers we had previously. And it'll just be Light Cav and Halbs for Viper. And here I do wonder, he doesn't have the armor upgrades yet, but you know, maybe a few elite skirms, go all 3 of the trash units, just have something that can threaten the Camel Archers a bit more than the Light Cav and the Halbs can. As well, I guess the thing about the Cav Archer unique unit is all 3 trash units in their own way can be effective against it. Light Cav to close the distance, Halbs to get those occasional hits if they do get the jump, and skirms just to hit them from afar. But while Viper did take a lot of them out, he didn't take all of them out. And Andre on 3 relics will continue to trickle them in here and there. Chemistry just now for the Viper. Didn't have chemistry before on his castles. That'll help to defend his farms. Every little bit helps. But now, while Andre's army is forward, Viper will have another attack on this castle. If he can take out this castle, that'll hurt the Camel Archer production, and that'll also open up this entire eco to being raided. Where are the Rams? Here are the Rams. They're going forward. Another Hussar raid for Andre, as Viper still at 200 pop. At 200 pop, he's probably okay just to pump Halbs and defend from the raids, keep adding more vills. And now he's going to snipe off a castle. Nice usage of the siege rams here. And he's trying desperately to repair. Cavaliers probably need to snipe off the vills as the camels come back. Vills trying to fight the rams. Will this castle go down? These Cavaliers are tanky. And Viper looks like he might have needed one more siege ram. Will it go down? Vill's desperately trying to repair, and it stays up. That'll run Andre out of stone. But the castle stays up, and that means this farming area still remains safe. That does, however, alleviate some of the forward pressure, though, but that's the rest of the gold units for Viper. Those Cavaliers are valuable. And that'll make it harder to chase and clean up Light Cav raids, as now they're no longer Light Cav raids, they are Hussar raids. And a few halbs here and there. Can't really push them back. Have to wonder, maybe Viper should abandon that TC, think more to go to the back farms. Yeah, keep here where they're safer, get some walling up. At the same time, though, the raids are on the other side of Andre's base, but Andre does have that castle there to help defend. Hard to clean up these Sicilian raids without being able to rely upon the full bonus damage of pikemen, and without having halbs. Camels still are a gold unit, even though they are cheap and don't have their full bonus attack. Now, Genitors make sense as a unit to add in with camel archers or with cav archers. It's just they're not really that good to be added in for Berbers. And it looks like we had a bit of a fight here as some halbs were massacring the light cav. But camel archers on a hill can take out the halbs. They have to be microed though. They don't want to take straight up fights. There is a Genitor in the game files for the Conquerors, and I'm not sure if it was there for Age of Kings, but it is a super fast militia with like a weird, I think it might even have a ranged attack. Viper continues to get his raiding in as Andre finally gets up a wall. They're not useful as a team game unit. Yeah, that's I think the key flaw. They're not useful as a team game unit. And they might be useful with some like other civ bonuses, but the Berbers don't really have a great bonus for them. So it's a weird team bonus, yeah. Definitely not as powerful as the Condottieri or the Imperial Skirmishers are. And Viper is still being raided at the front. His rams out of position will be picked off by the Hussars. And without that castle defending his farms, there's this big hole in his farming eco where the raids can keep coming in. And he's lost access to that forward TC and now has but a single wood line as he's deforested the rest of his base already. And things are starting to feel like an inevitable victory for Andre here, as Viper has been doing his best to buy time for Citeaux to show up. Even did crop rotation on the Sicilian farms. But his wood stockpile is dwindling. I don't know what he's repairing there, but he is repairing something. Oh, he's repairing his TC. Oh, now TCs are very expensive to repair. That's a lot of wood he just had to spend repairing that. And it's not even that much wood he's defending. It is still a few more trees left here that, if he collects all of that, will be more than the wood he spent on that TC. But that was expensive to repair as the Hussar raids continue coming in. But despite the raids, Viper maintains his population at 200 and maintains the Vil lead at 132 and has 91 farmers. So he can keep pumping out his Sicilian light cav, but it's going to be light cav against Hussars. It's a pretty big HP difference. The attendance situation. It's a bit of a stretch to say situation out of there. All in scouts into all in Genitors. As a pocket? Maybe. Probably if you have like a Berber's teammate and you have some type of bonus for the Genitors. Maybe like if you're Cumans, you get a huge scout rush with a boom going, and then... Do the Genitors move faster with the Cumans? I guess the cavalry bonus should apply there. That could be fun. They do have the Castle Age camels, even though they don't scale into heavy camels. And, well, after all of this, Viper still securing this one wood line. KD, a slight lead for Andre, but the longer the game goes, it's... the longer it stays similar. And Viper, another attempted snipe at a castle, but another fail as there's enough Hussars to stop this. It's caught that. He has a sneak siege workshop, so sneak stable earlier. That lion still prowling where that villager had quick walled herself earlier. And Slingers is the Inca team bonus. I think it would take the cake as best team unit there, but they're just a Civ unit. Oh, Mongols faster firing and Huns cheaper Genitoras. Oh, okay, yeah, Mongols firing faster. That would definitely do it. Then you add in the Britons team bonus to make them faster from the ranges in your set. Now, another raid. Viper actually could add in a few pieces of Palisade here and then be fully safe, and he's actually going to delete a farm and go for the houses. So he will have a safe woodline for now, unless the Camel Archers come over here, but at least against the Hussars, he is walled. And he still is getting some raids himself. Vill counts are close, population is dropping similarly for both players. And this game would look very different if Viper had managed to take out that castle and eliminate these farms and the potential of that woodline. Viper even take... Oh, he's going to make another attempt on this castle. He needs more rams, though. And so far, Viper holding against the raids. And we've watched a few games from Viper now where you have to think throwing Hussars blindly into his eco might not be the winning strat against him. It seems like he is prepared to defend against that. And yeah, his Andre hasn't scouted the Sneak Siege Workshop. He knows that Viper did launch a sneak attack upon that castle earlier, but hasn't actually reacted to figuring out where the rams came from. And Viper will... He is pop-capped, but slowly but surely will be downloading more rams into his forward siege workshop. And Andre just can't find a way to close out this game. Where we saw it was like 800 to 900 earlier, where it was like 400 to 500 earlier. That 100 difference has remained fairly constant, so they're both trading units evenly now. Exactly, the two vills chopping trees behind enemy lines, the clandestine economy, has another ram queued to be downloaded. Waiting for the rest of the population to get off the internet so the download can start in that workshop, as Andre still is blissfully oblivious to the danger lurking in the shadows within his own base. Viper needs to take a fight just so he can get the ram queued. That's the thing, Andre's raiding, but this will queue the ram. And I wonder how many rams Viper needs as he's going, and he has light cav running through a one-tile gap on the side. 3 rams, a 4th coming out, but this will probably take out the castle. Andre's population is forward in Viper's base, but without any siege, Viper can defend with halbs, stay at the pop limit, queue some vills, and continue farming. Meanwhile, Andre is trying to pull his hussars back. This pathfinding around the pond, not quite ideal, as the rams need to find a way to get to the castle, but they will get there. That vill body blocking the the hussars so they can't get to the ram. Viper needs a large enough army. 5 rams. He might have gone perhaps a bit too soon. Didn't have all of his rams grouped up together. And can he finally snipe off a castle with a ram push? Is this his 3rd attempt at doing so? And this could be a 3rd attempt that is unsuccessful as Andre manages to cue the Hussars and again keep the castle alive. Had to buy a bit of stone there. That is expensive, 218 gold, but not as expensive as both revealing the sneak and losing the rams, as Andre now will wall off this gap and Viper's clandestine forward will be cleaned up. Didn't have the halbs there in time. Wanted to snipe that castle, and this game would be looking very different had these 2 castles gone down and this eco been open completely for raiding. But 3rd failed attempt for the Viper there. And once again, we see that KD inch slightly more in favor of Andre. So 3 strikes and you're out. Viper will not be able to attempt that sneak again. Andre finally reacts. Oh, and we hear the Civ theme repeating. The game has lasted long enough for that to happen. Waiting for halb manned rams. That would have been interesting, because then the rams could close the distance a bit more. But I don't think you can really amass the halbs forward when you need the population to defend your base. So it is very tricky to balance that. And now this might turn into a wood game as Viper is out of wood. There is no forward vills taking wood anymore. Andre still has a safe wood in the back defended by that wall. He still has a few camel archers that can be microed. Viper is only making melee units. They have to be thrown forward into the fight to do damage, and those halbs will eat into his wood reserves. He does have crop rotation on Sicilian farms. Can maybe come to another wood line at the front of his base by that hill. This stone still in no man's land as both players are throwing hussars at each other. Guilds now coming in as Andre's prepared to play the waiting game. Let Viper finish these farms. It feels like Andre is taking a bit of a lead here. Both players have pops that are dropping, but it feels like Andre has 200 Hussar in the queue that Viper does not have, and things feel fairly inevitable for him at this point. Viper no longer has access to wood. Camel archers can deny that, and I don't know how he has 26. How does he have 26 vills on wood? Oh, because they are migrating from this wood line to this wood line. Yeah, this is where you send forward vills to capture and delete the farms. The ultimate show of dominance in the late game. Viper is still holding on, trying to buy time for Citeaux to show up for his tournament games. As he's done a great job of not dying so far. But this is a 1v1, no Tati to come save him in this game. Oh, thank you, Bailo. Too much experience in these super late game scenarios. Too much experience and too many Hussars queued. Citeaux is there. It should start before 2 p.m. GMT. All right, someone convert 2 p.m. GMT to EST for me. Within 7 minutes. All right. Andre, you have 7 minutes to end this game. Viper is making one last desperate push with Halberdiers, trying to claim a wood line, but the Arabia pawns not going to be very friendly to him in that situation. 435 seconds. So 9 a.m. for me. I could have gotten an extra hour of sleep or stayed up an extra hour later. And there is the GG from Viper. Just in time for us to change the stream title to say Sotto versus Vinchester. And Andre with the KD, with the better eco, with the wood control at the end, and 10,000 more food collected. More relic golds 2, 3 to 2. And in that late game situation, a couple of those early imp snipes on the castles worked for Andre, and none of those ram pushes once upon this castle, twice upon this castle, all failed for Viper. Could never really get the rating he needed while he was open the entire game. Play of the game, though, goes to Viper quick walling one vill, building a stable, and using 2 lions to kill Andre's villagers. I might need to make a video about that. That was quite the Viper play. Anyway, Double Cup will be hopefully starting in just a moment. So I see Vinch is online. I still don't see Sotto, but I've been told he's around. And let me do what I was going to do earlier, go to AoE Zone and double check the settings for this round. One of these posts is a list of settings for which maps are fixed on each round, and I never figure out where it is. And okay, there we are. On the scheduled matches. Oh wait, no, that's not it. Not the map guide. No, schedule and set maps. There we are. It's under a spoiler. So the lower bracket final is going to be best of 7. Civs are 3 hidden pick, no repeat. We'll have double Arabia, followed by Regicide 4 quarters. Then the player behind in score can pick home maps. And if it goes to Game 7, it will be on Rivulet. And each player, I think, has 2 home map picks in total. Yep, so if you're behind in score and you use your home maps, then the other player still picks their home map. Right. Oh, the announcement has Rivulet as Regicide, but not 4 quarters? It looks like this is the same settings as the winner bracket finals, which was Regicide 4 quarters. It's Rivulet. It got changed because both players wanted. So, oh, okay. So 4 quarters non-Regicide and Rivulet Regicide. Originally, all right. There is an AoE Zone post where for the Double Cup rules and settings that still has the old settings on it then. And that is what I was looking at. What's Double Cup? Double Cup is a tournament where you start with 2 TCs. Or sometimes 3 TCs and sometimes 4 TCs. And sometimes 0 TCs, but TC wagon cart things that are very finicky and unpack. Yeah, so as we are getting started, we'll take a quick look at the brackets. Vinchester has had a very good tournament so far, and thank you, Minoril1907 for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The Vinchester has beaten the Viper, lost to Tato, and then beaten the Viper a second time. Sato also losing to Tato, and the winner of this series will have a rematch against the player who is perhaps most well suited for this tournament. Tato is used to those crazy strategies, and 2 TCs I think suits him very well. Viper, I think, probably didn't really prepare for this tournament like he does other tournaments he might care about more, but still is a dangerous opponent, and impressive for Vinchester to beat him not once, but twice. And Sato looks like some admin decisions meant that he was able to avoid facing Jordan in his bracket. And did win a series against Dark earlier. And I still see Vinch online with no Sato. Sure, Tato lives for these messy settings. I've played HD Mega Random with him back in the African Kingdoms, and I've been on the receiving end of his trust in these settings. Okay, they drafted home map, so it's a good sign. Is there a draft available somewhere? Something is happening. We have movement. They did buy chat. Sato picked enemy islands in Krakatoa. And Vinch picked Triple Arabia and Coral Islands. Alright. So hopefully we see Triple Arabia and 4 quarters. So we get all of the TCs we can possibly get. Yes, it is how it sounds. 3 TCs on Arabia. This is a series between Noisy and Beery. You know, hopefully Sato isn't too dejected from the World Cup loss yesterday to play. And, oh, we have a lobby. Vinch and Sato are in a lobby. I can click the tournament button on the dashboard website, find the series, and queue to spectate it. Beautiful. And also, fingers crossed that my internet holds up this morning. I have not dropped a single frame so far. And yes, they are taking from the Terra Nova duos. Indeed, they are. Can humans build additional TCs in Feudal? No, they cannot. They are limited to 2. And also, you cannot douche on this map, because if you delete one of your TCs, you are still limited to only 1 TC in the Dark Age. So you cannot pick Persians and triple douche on Triple Arabia. You can delete both and rebuild one. Yes, exactly. Yeah, these are from Terra Nova duos, because I thought the maps there were pretty interesting. I think I want to go and maybe grab some custom scenarios, like from the Pretty Town contest. But anyway, finally, we are getting started. And like I usually do, I'll put Winchester in the red, just because I think some people don't like seeing purple versus blue. And Hindustanis versus Huns. Huns, perhaps the most classic 2 TC civ because you don't need those houses. But nowadays, the Hindustanis, cheaper vills, you can help get the TCs running earlier. And camels are pretty good counter to the knight spam that the Huns could launch upon them. We did see Tato manage to win Lithuanians versus Hindustanis in this matchup, so it is possible for the Knights player to win. But I feel like the Gulam also is a pretty good weapon against potential Cav archers. Indians overtook Chinese. Yeah, so in the old days of 2 TC starts, the Mayans and the Chinese would get an extra villager or an extra 3 villagers per TC respectively, but now they only get it on 1 of their TCs. Which personally is a change I don't quite like, because I thought Chinese on 3 TC starts were kind of fun. But I guess it does make them less overpowered. Although the balance for multi-TC starts is probably not the biggest concern. Also of note, this Arabia, not like DE's Arabia with the tiny little bunny hills. Oh no, we have big, massive mountains of hills in the middle. Not quite as much as the original Arabia, where it would like go up and level off and you can put your TCs there, but you can build your castles here and get some really good map control in the center. And hello, Harry Boy Sam. Welcome to the mountains of Triple Arabia. Or of double Arabia. We're not in Triple Arabia yet, just Double Arabia. Double the TCs, double the hills, I guess. And ooh, Sato thinking about some laming, but shouldn't be diving the TC. Full camels could be a good idea. Particularly against the Huns, who probably want to be going full knights. And still, despite needing to build houses, Sato keeping up in population with the Winchester so far. Actually is up by a vill. And those cheaper villagers really do help keep everything going. A bit more idle time from Vinch. About half a vill's worth of idle time there. Of a difference, and he's going for the backwood line. This map does have the acacia trees. They have 150 wood each, so 50 more than the normal tree. You won't chop through them quite as quickly. Useful with the hectic eco micromanagement that you have to do with the extra TC start. You won't need to replenish your lumber camps quite as quickly. I think these players just try to... They gotta risk it. They can lure multiple boars at once. Also, lots of cliffs on this map, too. More like the original Arabia with all the cliffs in the world. We have... Vinchester gets the mountainous hill on his side. Sato gets the maze of cliffs on his side. As both players clicking up. About 1 vil faster here for Sato. And remember, you do click up in one TC while pumping vils from the other. Need to be on point with your build order so that you don't need to add in too many farms right away. You want to rely on your hunt to click up. And usually on these maps, you do see a fast castle. You just collect so much resource while advancing to the feudal with the 2 TCs and the bigger eco that you can afford to click up a castle right away. But sometimes a few scouts or even a few archers could be useful in the feudal age. Barracks there for Vinch, not for Sato. Sato could go market blacksmith here. He's gonna need buildings to click up as they're fighting with the scouts. Feudal first will be a good scout advantage there for Sato. Gets a few hits as Vinch has to run, try to take the hill, but he's still not up. A few more seconds before he's up. Gets a nice double team there, but Sato will win that scout fight and clean up both of Vinch's scouts, keeping both of his alive. Anyway, Vinch will go double stable. Oh, is he going scouts? Blacksmith for Sato. Blacksmith market for Sato versus double stable from Vinchester. Could we actually see an extended feudal play from Vinchester with the Huns? This is something I haven't seen on this maps yet. I've seen mostly fast castles. Scouts are too low HP to pick off Vils if the Vils turn and fight properly, and they do. And we will see the double stable scouted by Sato. Will he realize this is for feudal pressure and not a fast castle? As against the pure fast castle without any military, maybe the scouts will have an opening. I think Tato had actually gone for this, if I remember correctly, in his Lithuanians game, and now he will see the scouts popping out, the forward spear. Sato still over a minute and a half away from the castle age. The defense against this would be to get a couple of camels out. Hindustani camels should counter the Huns' scouts quite well, but he will need to quick wall, and this will make it more difficult for him to get his eco running. I don't even think a few spears can help you against double stable scouts. They're just so mobile and they'll have the numbers to pick off the spears. The question is, will we see a blacksmith and any scout upgrades here from Vinchester, or will he just try to get some map control, be annoying, and go up? Will the quick walls come in time? Nice rearrangement there. The house goes down though and the scouts are in. The scouts are in and the Vils have to fight, but they're fighting against 4 scouts. 6 scouts as more come in, and disaster for Sato as Vinchester breaks through the attempted quick wall and will get... Now he has 1... Looks like 2 Vils there and a lot of idle time as... as Disco points out, Huns are still the Huns. And will he see that TC? Some low HP Vils out on the TC. These are scouts. Quick walls have to go up. Can he break through again? I don't think so. Those houses have a good amount of HP on them. Now we see the worker efficiency dipping. That was a bit of idle time there. And at the same time, did force up some small walls. No stable yet for Sato as he's going full on eco. And just about there with the Castle Age resources for Vinch. He can click up soon. Nothing confuses the Hun unit more than a house. That's true. Those Huns do not need houses. They can break through those quick walls, but now 3 TCs for Sato. Turning double Arabia into triple Arabia as fast as he can. There's the blacksmith and the Castle Age is in for Vinch. And the question is, how will he deal with the perhaps inevitable camels as the villagers are going out for another TC, but the scouts are there just at the right moment. Still no attack upgrade and 2 spears to help. But the scouts can pick off the spears. 7 scouts remaining. The TC wants to be forced up by Sotto, but his vills could be massacred here. He's walking around, doesn't know what he wants to do, whether to go to the TC or to retreat. Finally retreats, but too late, as that's another 3 vills down, 4 vills down. TC delayed, and great use of the scouts here from Vinch. I feel like back in the Random Map Cup when we had the border dispute, or Border Wars map with the palisade down the middle, Vinch had made good usage of archers in a couple of games, going forward while advancing to the castle age, and here he is once again showing off that feudal army. Perhaps learning something, and I think it was he who played a game against Tato. And I think it was he who lost the, it would have been him losing Tato Hindustanis against Lithuanians. Learning that feudal scouts might actually have a bit of an opening here. But despite all of that, the earlier TC does mean Sotto, with the losses, is still pulling ahead in vills. And here come the camels, finally getting up a stable, adding in a monastery. And the spearmen here will be very important for Winchester, for just having a unit that can fight against the camels. Going for Bodkin though, that'll help. Oh, he's going for cav archers. Alright, he sees the camels and he's going to make a cav archer switch. That's a matchup that can go either way depending on the numbers. If you can pump the cav archers out, the cav archers do kill the camels, but if the camels can close the distance, they'll be good at attacking the cav archers. The transition here will be good at attacking these wood lines that have been small walled. The walls stop the melee units, but they don't stop the ranged units, and the cav archers can poke over the holes. Or not the holes, but the thin stretches of trees that the villagers chop into. A few wolves still coming forward, chasing the cav archers, as the knights without their armor can't hold up to the TC fire. The glory days of the Huns. Oh, the Huns wars, I miss those days. That was peak Age of Empires there. Huns wars and Eddie on Arena. Those were the good days of Age of Empires, I'd say. Anyway, the 3 wolves getting involved. Knights try to pick them off. Cav archers will be a nice deterrent to the monks, and there is a forward castle from Winchester. Wants to put it right on Sotto's face, control the gold and the stone and the farms and the monastery. And where are the villagers? He knows it takes a village to raise a castle, but only 8 vills. Not that much. Does have the army control though. Only 5 military units. I believe they're camels, but where are they? No, actually it's a monk. That monk won't be able to help over here. That castle won't be denied. Three camels, that's not enough. And now, Sotto, at least he does have more golds on the left and a relic his monk might be able to pick up. And he does have a second base on the right. Lose one base, at least you have another. He'll just retreat and TC his other gold. Try to keep that alive. And he does have a healthy villager lead, up by 16. So not a single death on that forward castle. All 8 of those villas still surviving. Nilly would be proud. And defensive siege workshop now. Camels to deter the knights. Mangonels or scorpions to push back the cav archers. And Mangonel coming out. Alright. Sometimes you do see the scorpions because they have 1 more pierce armor that can help out against the cav archers. But it will be the Mangonel, the usually more deadly of the unit. And TC goes up just in time to keep the vills alive and force the cav archers away. if we want to raid under TCs, could we see some Tarkins? Oh, we won't. Mangonel. Okay, Mangonel will help get the castle up in a way that Scorpions wouldn't. Cav Archers will get a few picks here. Mangonel with a nice hit on the Cav Archers. And now the Gulam has the ability to maybe take some fights against the Cav Archers. Does require the armor upgrades. Oh, where's that Phil going? Oh, look at him dodging the castle fire. Oh, he's gonna live. No ballistics, that Vil. With handcart, he's speedy. Dodges all those castle shots. And he survives. Look at that guy go. He did it. And the Cav Archers on the other side from Vinchester diving under TCs. That's something that Knights could do that they can't. Another castle. I would have made that even more forward, put it there, but it will deny a stone and a woodline. And with the Cav Archers, this right base of Sato will now be deprived of wood. He'll be relying upon his economy in the west, but still does have some gold hidden away in that corner. He can survive in this corner for quite a long time. And we might start asking ourselves who will get to the Imperial Age first and who will start popping the Trebs first. Ooh, Mangonels could run into the castle. Will the Mangonel... Ooh, gets a nice hit on the Cav Archers, but that Mangonel is not a speedy villager. It will go down as another forward castle for Vinchester, inching his way forward. Mangonel could one-hit it. No. Still not paying attention to shoot. And now it will be a castle race as all Sato, he knows it takes a village and he's sending everyone. And if he gets that castle up, he does have Bodkin, a Tarkin coming out. But yeah, Vinchester will be denied his forward castle. Mangonel shot lands on the Cav Archers there. But we do have Imperial Age coming in for Vinchester. So despite the failed attempt at the castle there, we'll have the advantage in the Treb War. We don't have the food numbers or the food economy yet for Sato, but Vinchester will just claim the hill. Less aggressive, but in a better spot to avoid being trebbed down. Imp now for Sato, as Vinchester is stone-walling the entirety of the map. What we didn't see in the game we casted earlier from Viper and Andre, some actual stone walls to deter raiding. And he's going for the Tarkins. The Tarkins without the extra pierce armor just have the pierce armor of a standard knight. Gamer walls, something as Ornlu would probably tell all of you, Huns do not have fortified wall, only stone wall. So Vinch will have to be content with those stone walls. But more stables being added in for the Hindustanis in the back of this base on the right. Vinch is up, and as he is up, what is he going to do? Question is, will we see straight Trebs, or will we see conscription? He wants to go for another castle while he still has this army advantage. Gulams, if they get their armor, could potentially snipe Trebs under castles. We could see a light cav swarm for sniping Trebs under castles. Here come the Tarkins. They themselves could be sniping Trebs now that they have their pierce armor. Another defensive castle though from Sato. He can bide his time to get to Imp and start contributing to the Treb War. It's going to be a Treb War on two sides, and I feel like this side might be where Vinch wants to concentrate. He could use double castle production to take out that one and really push this base now that he sees the second castle over here. But the Trebs on the left already are popping. We see conscription being added in on the right as he tries to finish off this stone wall. It will be double Treb production for both players, but with that conscription on the right, that will help the Trebs pop out a bit more quickly. And Tarkins, I haven't seen Marauders done yet, but when they get plate barding, can at least kind of raid this eco a bit. Still don't want to have them under the castles, but heavy camel husbandry now for the Hindustanis. Should he get bombard cannons? Bombard cannons can help. It's expensive though, you need to get chemistry. It is a nice thing for the Hindustanis. We've seen this on Four Quarters before, but as long as you have camels to deal with the Cav army, it's okay if you lose your castles because you can make your bombard cannons and then push the castles back. The Hunnic castles are very important for their trebs. Castle being trebbed down. 2 trebs, a third for Citeaux. 3 trebs is where you get into castle trade territory. Vinch will not have enough forward villas to repair against 2 trebs, and certainly not against 3 should this one ever unpack. Thumb ring coming in, but on the right, the Tarkans will be sniping off trebs as 1 TC already is down. That hill provides a nice advantage for that treb for taking out the TC, but I think it has to come to the base of the hill. That's what Capture Rate should show us. Give us the elevation of units so we can know if the treb has a bonus against the castle. It feels like Citeaux is holding on the right, and on the left will be, if not holding, at least trading. Keeping the trebs alive, using the heavy camels to take out the Tarkans. They don't have the same attack that the Paladin would, so the Vils can repair and the camels can help. No stone left for Citeaux. 2 trebs. 3 is usually the number you want for sniping off castles. Camels getting perhaps a bit ahead of themselves, running under the castle. Not enough Vils there for Vinch to repair. Hun trebs do have a bit more accuracy, so they can try to snipe off these trebs over here. And castle goes down. But Vinch, still continuing the pressure behind his walls, has disrupted the eco over here. And Citeaux, down in population, losing the castles has made him significantly housed. That's one thing the Huns don't have to worry about, being housed. And Imperial Camel coming in the back stable, and that's going to be perhaps the last attempt from Citeaux here to push out. Imperial Camel and the armor. Could that be enough for him? He won't have the food to pump them out, and he has only 12 of them, but at the same time it's only 20 CA. These are not heavy cav archers. Perhaps these camels could push them back and overrun them, but all of these farms have been disrupted. We see how the food is dropping. There's the armor, there's the imp camel, there's the converted Tarkans being added in to push the CA back. And they'll be forced back to the castle. And on the left, slowly but surely, the eco is being taken out. The TCs are dropping to the trebs. The imp camel still can't fight under the castle. He wants to get a raid, but he is very far behind. And hello, Edmund3D. GG from Citeaux, as Winchester wins the matchup with the Huns, with the scouts opening. So perhaps changing the meta a bit for these double TC starts, not going straight for the fast castle, going for some feudal pressure, and being fairly effective with it into that Cav Archer follow-up. I feel, though, that the big mistake of Citeaux was going just for that market blacksmith up. If he opens with a stable instead and gets a few camels out, then has the camel numbers maybe to repel the early Cav Archers, then he doesn't have that forward castle on his base. Instead of straight boom. Yeah, from our vantage point, that is how things worked out. I think he was hoping a bit too much that he would be able to boom and then pump the castles, but Winchester did a great job of taking advantage, getting the map control with the scouts and getting the forward castles in, making that Cav Archer transition at the right time. losing World Cup yesterday and now this. Well, he is still in it. He is not out. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Anyway, we'll tab out there. Add our... I have too many things on this list. One lead there for Vinchester. I need to delete some of these sources that I'm not using and have not displayed, so I don't need to scroll as much. Let's see, I don't need the Warlords banner there. Leave that game there, head on over to the dashboard, and queue to spectate the next game, which will be on 4 quarters. Which, I don't even know how to cast this map, but it is amazing, and I love watching it. And also thank you, Max Bory, for the follow. I think that's how it should be pronounced. I'm guessing BUI is a alternate spelling of BOI, which is an alternate spelling of BOY. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but thank you for the follow. And hello, Courier 6. Welcome to the stream, and hello, Trance Music. Okay, this... I haven't seen these civs on this map yet. But Bengalis, Lithuanians, again, I'll put Vinchester in the red as I misclicked, and I think I got back to what I want. Anyway, 4 quarters. As the name implies, you have 4 TCs. Food... So every quarter has gold, but there is the gold quarter with lots of gold. Then there's the stone quarter, which is the only place you can get gold and also has a market. And from looking at this map, this has been the most important quarter because it's where you get your stone, and the stone is what powers your castle drops. The south is where you fish. Kind of awkward because you have to dock only on the edges. You can't dock in the middle of the mangrove. But you can sometimes see some demo hits here, and you will have a very nice start by getting the fish here. So I had been seeing lots of Hindustani-Japanese matchups on this map. Bengalis, Lithuanians is not something I've seen. Lithuanians get an extra 150 food, but spread among among 4 TCs, that probably doesn't help too much. Bengalis will get 2 vills per TC per age up. So if you go to the feudal age and then to the castle age, that will be 8 and then another 8 for 16 villagers. That will be a lot of free villagers. Oh gosh. So normally what happens is players mine stone in the west, then they castle drop each other in the west, then they castle drop each other everywhere else, they go imp, and then they start trebbing. The Hindustani-Japanese matchup was very interesting because The Hindustanis, when you have all those castles, you can't afford other buildings. We have a brief pause here. Sato asking if there's any re. As I was saying, the Ghulams were good at sniping off Trebs, but they were hard countered by the samurai. So the Japanese would win the Treb fight, but then the Hindustanis would have bombard cannon and hand cannon near. The Japanese couldn't transition to deal with that, and then they'd lose their castles. So I feel like Hindustanis kind of won that matchup. So players are trying to check with an admin if there are restarts. I actually have not seen a restart called in this tournament, other than an admin re. Player restarts. No player restarts, only if the map is bugged as I check the settings. So they will play on. Yeah, so they are playing on. There are no restarts. Anyway, I like the forward house from Sato here. Oh, also, you don't have scouts, you only have horses. Imagine having 4 scout wars at once. That would be insane. Makes the map easier to play without the scouts, but honestly, the map's crazy enough. Just add it in. There's the docks in the back. You will get some nice fish in the south. In my opinion, the gold quarter is probably the least important because you have gold everywhere else. Keeping the food running without needing farms and also keeping the stone is more important, but especially the stone. Yes, you are right. There was one bugged version on Regicide that was resolved by castle delete. You are correct. But one player had a castle in the south and the other didn't, so they just deleted that castle and played on. Regicide on this map doesn't make too much sense because all 4 kings have to die in order to lose, so it just gives you a different start. Now, Sato is attempting to do some laming here to Vinch. And Vinch hasn't noticed. Oh gosh, you know, I did this once to Vinchester in a game. I was playing in a 2v2 in the Improvement Cup with ACCM. I Inca trushed Vinchester. And then there was a stone mine on the side of the map I had a Vil by. He was trying to sneak there to mine. And then I did this to him. I walled his Vils in. Oh, Vinch, this might be his weakness. But those Vils now will go idle. And that is crucial because Vinchester wants the castles to be dropping. He wants to drop castles all over Sato's face down here. And now his stone is just not going to be mined. I think these Vils don't even show up in your idle Vil button. Oh, we're going to have another prison here. Sato just needs to tap that one. And yeah, he has stopped Vinch from mining stone. He's created a stone prison. Oh, he's trying to get another Vil. He gets another one. It's like Slam trying to lure 9 boars. Finally, Vinch notices, but the Vils can't even pathfind to attack the walls. So he will eventually break out, but this is a very nice bit of laming here from Sato. And very well done as he has the Masterpiece mining camp on 2 stone mines. The other day I was watching Slam try to lure in like 6 or 9 boars all at once and build little zoo pens to keep them so he didn't have decay. And now in the south we have Vinch going for the wall. Sato shouldn't be able to get through with Vils. The walls are to prevent any demo ships from getting into your eco. So that is what we have right there. Second set of walls needs to go up. Horse is trying to hold the hole open, but Vinch won't put up with any horseplay here. We'll finish off his wall and be able to wall behind this. Demo should not be effective there. And these walls still being annoying on that stone. Vinch has had to move to another mine. That Vil will be chased down. Oh, she's trying to get a trap. Oh, she traps another villager. Sato playing like he's Viper here. That must be his Black Forest experience kicking in. Traps the villager, penning in Vinch. Doing the stone mining upgrade, he will be the first up to the Castle Age, and first up to the Castle Age means first to drop a castle. It's really the Imperial Age timings that matter, though, as that will determine who gets the Trebs out. Both players building up, adding some farms to the right, as they take all the sheep in the world to the north. I guess you don't need to oversaturate the right with gold villagers, so you move some to wood and use that area to farm. You have faster food sources on the other two quarters, and the left is all about the stone. There go the forward villagers for a barracks. As a few spearmen come out for Vinch, but spearmen aren't going to stop castles.
Guys, please.
3, 2, 1, up. And castle right on Vinch's face. Vinch will counter castle eventually, but needs to get up first. That is not his Castle Age TC. The Castle Age TC is in the south. I guess deciding that's the least where he needs villagers. And, well, this is the problem with the forward castle drop. You now have no defense against being castle dropped yourself. Oh, Vinch isn't going very far forward, though. Being a bit safer. We'll secure the gold. But I guess good for Sato is that all 4 of his stones were on the backside of the TC, so none of them will be denied by that castle. Vinch's scout will spot them down there. As Vinch now going for not 1 castle drop, but 2 and 3 castle drops at the same time. Sato responds in kind with a defensive castle in the north, but not in the south. Doesn't quite have the stone, but doesn't have the stone because he has prioritized going up to Imp. Now, if you look at that Vill count, Vinchester does have that Vill advantage because he has so far gotten an extra 16 Vills from those Bengali TCs. And Sato, if he could get 1 more castle on the left, the Rathas. Oh, okay, the Rathas. A unit that can go in melee mode to snipe Trebs and in ranged mode to sit back under castles to defend Trebs, and they'll be raiding the stone. No relics for anyone yet, so the Late Shai, despite being a very good unit, are not yet in their final form. Fletching now for Vinch will put a bit more range on the castles that he's dropping. Sato responding with a defensive castle by the gold. I feel like he needs maybe 1 more castle on the left just to guarantee a win in the Treb War, though. This map looks crazy. This map is crazy. Vinch has stonewalled the south so that he doesn't get demos in his wood line. And I guess there's 1 relic in each quarter, which makes it imperative for the Lithuanians to get wins in all the quarters. They want to secure at least 2 so they break even with Last Furnace. Sato Imp just wins. Well, that's what Haru thinks. There's another castle, and now with these 2 very well-positioned castles, he's able to start getting Trebs. And the question is, do you do conscription in one of the castles? Or do you just go for the Trebs? He's popping Trebs in all locations. But this is a double castle push from Vinch on the right. Can he somehow make something happen in the Castle Age? The worry is that he loses access to the stone on the left. We had seen the Hindustanis survive being trebbed by virtue of having the ability to switch into bombard cannons, but Bengalis, they definitely do not have bombard cannons. I need to double check that, but I'll remember. Yep, they do not have them. They're not the Gurjars or the Hindustanis. And, well, the trebs are popping. The castles are dropping. Thank you, Flota Pinade, for the follow. Just make Chonkers. Chonkers against Lechai might not be the best option. Imp for Vinch. He lost one of his TCs though, so it's not going to be 8 Vils. It'll only be a mere 6 Vils. Ratha's being converted. Castle goes down. Another castle for Sato, as Vinch, desperately trying to cling to the western corner of the map. He loses this corner and he loses all access to stone. He has a Vil by the market. I don't know what she's doing. You can actually repair the Gaia buildings with the villagers. Okay, Treb for Sato. Even while packed, they do have 6 pierce armor, so it might make it away from the castle. No, it doesn't. Not as good as that Vil we saw earlier. Sato build was really good, being that faster with a Civ that really doesn't have the same eco bonus. The food at the start is nice, but dispersed over 3 TCs. Doesn't matter too much. Now he's winning the Treb War on the right. And has won the Treb War in the north. Finch needs to go Imp. And, you know, Bengalis can be a very good late game Civ with their tech to make the villagers take less population. Gives them a bit more space for armies, or for army. But now, Vinch, the only place it looks like he might have an advantage is in the south. But Sato is already kind of chopping between the south and the east. And Vinch losing the castle, trying to make a farm to drop off stone. Oh, look at that. Oh, the emergency stone drop-off farm as he deletes all the Vils. And hello, Stavros. The big rain plays from Vinchester right there. I'll have to take another look at that later. Beautiful, beautiful usage of the farm. I mean, not only does it build faster than a mining camp, but it's easier to position the Vils all on it to build at once. It doesn't really matter as he's still nowhere near the stone for a castle. But he does want to keep that one up long enough to do conscription. He's down to 2 castles, has some Rothas, and it does have the Trebs in the south. Conscription also for Sato now. In the south, he should be able to win a Treb War. Advantage, though, is we do have bombard cannons as a possibility for the Lithuanians. The TC goes down. The castle is still under fire. They've been sent to the farm. They are now fertilizer. I mean, yeah, these castles do look a bit smaller than the other ones. Now that you point that out, you're right. Ratha's dying to the castle fire, can't quite take out the Trebs. The farm was not enough. Vinch doesn't have the stone to repair. His castle will go down, and there's the GG as Sato evens up this series with a very nice performance on the 4 quarters, 4 times castle drop map. Vinch, despite 16 extra Vils from those TCs, can't get up to Imp in time. Hello there, Lidicor. And we have ourselves a series. This is one of my favorite maps to watch if you manage to get an even castle drop even imp timings in the west, and both players still have stone access. But Setou managed to execute better, win in that corner, and that just gave him the lead for the earlier imp time for the faster trebs and the faster castle kills. Look how much res Vinch has, yet not able to spend the resources when he lost the castles. So at the same time, Setou does have a lot of resources and also the ability to drop into the castle. But the stone farm, you can see where the farm was, making the dirt among the rest of this terrain. Not enough for him. As we'll tab back out. And even the score up at 1-1. Brackets? I'll just paste the brackets in the chat. I don't have a command for that, so I will have to be my own robo today. I'll try to munch my breakfast between these games. And just like the winners finals, this is a best of 7. And whoever wins will have a rematch against Tato in a best of 9 where Tato has a 1-game lead from the start. I mean, I love that volcano map. Just those smokes stacks shooting fire at your units. Out of all the custom maps I've seen, I think that's my favorite. Let me leave the game from the game so I'm prepared to launch the next one. Never want to forget to do that. Lithuanians, that's a lot of pairs, Rob Chang. I need shorter chat questions. I'll go Lithuanians, Tatars, neither Poles, Old Indians, and Bengalis. I don't know what criteria I'm supposed to use, but I picked in terms of are they a well-designed civ. An ordered list, a set, a tree. You see, I like Bengalis because they're a monk civ. I like my arena monk rushes. They're a civ that I think Eddie would like. Okay, it looks like they're in the lobby, and the next game will be on Enemy Islands. A map I don't think I've seen played yet. It'll be Italians against Byzantines as we're getting started right now. Pick what comes first in the alphabet. Alright, once again, we'll put Vinch in the red. And enemy islands is, pretty much what the name implies. Your TCs are 1 per island, and you share the island with your enemy. And Italians, Byzantines, looks like they went for water civs. There is an abundance of fish on this map. As we see lots over there. What is that? Dorado fish. On the middle, looks like there are some mounds of shallows. And some hills on the water. So hill advantages do apply on the water like they do to any other terrains. This feels like it's almost a beach terrain that you can sail on. My brain is going to be confused looking at this terrain. Enemy Archipelago is a special map that only works for 4v4. But it is the same concept. We have had various versions of Enemy Archipelago. One I think we'd used in the ECL, if I'm remembering correctly. But this is its own map. The Enemy Archipelago version also has a bit more water and less island. So I'm curious how the players dock on this map. Like, do you back dock in the corner? Normally the corners are where you want to build the dock if you want to fish. And like, you could forward dock if you want to fight your opponent, but then the question becomes, which side is forward? Is this forward? Is this forward? Is this forward? It's like, here is also like kind of your territory. I guess the answer is you need to scout and see where the docks are on land, and then you can react with other docks. Yeah. I should remember what maps were in Empire Wars Duos, because I did make the maps for one version of that. That's when we had hidden treasures. And gold's right up against the wood line here. As the bill will head to the back and add in a dock. So this will be a back-ish dock for Seto, but despite being very close to the edge of the map, he does have 1, 2, 3 really close fish, and then 4 and 5 fish right accessible next to it. His second dock could be around here in the corner if he wants to continue fishing, or he could also dock the other side. He could also mill here and take the fish with the villagers. There are also lots of relics on this map, it looks like. Or... okay, Capture Age is showing the crocodiles as white dots instead of predator animals. So not as many relics as I thought. Looks like it's probably a standard 5. I can double click from this far out. Okay, yeah, just standard 5 relics. And dock from Vinch more in the middle. And we'll have Vinch being the first one up. I don't see a barracks from either player. I do think maybe archer play, like Khmer into straight range, might have some value on this map if you could perhaps do a range on both islands and get a few archers forward. That could be interesting. The golds are pretty exposed from the brief look I've had at this. They seem to be mostly forward. Sotto the only one with a slightly back gold. And it looks like this is a shallow terrain that you probably can't wall fully around the outside. If you could delete that fish. And I think most map makers are aware of not letting fish be deletable anymore. Like that old El Dorado map with the beach terrain under the TC with the fish where they could be deleted. The Ville out by the dock. So Vinch is up to feudal. And is going for fire galleys. But here's the thing. Oh, we're gonna have some more quick wall masterpieces from Sotto. He's proved himself quite adept at those. But the thing is, Vinch is like forward docked the middle, whereas Sotto has back docked. Like, he has two separate back docks. Oh, and Sotto walling in the scout. He is on point with those masterpieces. Needs to reclaim the 3 wood from that middle wall there. But you don't want to send your scout anywhere near Sotto's villagers. These young players in their micro. I miss the days everyone wanted to be like Doubt. And hello, Chabute. Thank you for the follow. There's another mill here for Sotto, trying to claim these berries, adding in a blacksmith and a market, and he is up to the castle age. So while Vinchester is looking to get out some of his Byzantine fire galleys and push on the water, clean up the fish that Sotto might not even have made over there, and that he did very much make over here. He will have the water, but could we see a Castle Age military push on land? Italians do have a monk rush. They have a full Castle Age stable if they wanted to go more Huang styled with knights. In the long run though, Vinch will have the fishing economy now. Fishing economy in the middle, and as we said earlier, there's quite the abundance of fish here. And with the split up docks too, I don't think there's really a threat of Sotto getting back on the water, because he's always going to be fighting like 1 dock versus 2 to 3 dock production. What's going to matter is what happens on the land, as Sotto is throwing down a barracks with an entire village worth of villagers. And they're going to continue marching forward. Vinch has his own barracks and answer. And Sotto, finally losing the scout. And we're going to have a bit of a Ville fight here as he tries to throw up a stable and go for a night push on the southwestern island. Vinch wants to fight with Villes. Don't think he'll deny this. Alligators getting involved. And we should see a knight coming out right away. No blacksmith upgrades on the knights, and no eco upgrades at all. Out of respect for the loss to Argentina, Sotto will go Nikov style with no eco upgrades. But there is the knight, and these forward Villes will now have to contend with those knights. We will have full barracks pikemen, cheap pikemen defense from Vinch on the left, but on the right, it is castle drop time for Sotto. Just like last game, wants to fight with those castle drops, adding in War Galley, using his faster castle age to the fullest. There is the monastery, and the only advantage right now for Vinch is those fish. But his navy isn't there to defend 4 docks, but he'll be against castle age fire ships shortly. And now that castle is on the TC that is going up to the castle age. This is where you start to wish You add in 3 petards. The castle does damage. The petards finish off the TC. You don't know he's going up to castle. And he would just put it in the other TC right away, but that's where you gotta be greedy. Or at least I would. Take out the TC before he gets up. So though, we'll play for more of a long game. Going for the Monk Rush with Knights on the left-hand side. As Vinch is up, but nowhere near his own castle in defense. We'll just be playing pure pikemen. But pure pikemen, perhaps not what you need to deny another castle drop. You know, and remember, these are Byzantine castles with more HP, and we see now that TC is down to half HP. 2 petards would finish that off. There's the other castle. More vills coming forward to claim the center resources. Vinch has 1 gold, and that is it. Vinch has only 1 gold. He has fish, but only 1 gold. And if, with that castle to defend, and without any ranged units, this is redemption territory where the monk becomes the best siege unit in Age of Empires. Cleans the barracks and the blacksmith and gives an opportunity to drop more control over that gold. Now the Byzantines do have the cheaper imp. The Italians do too, but not to the same extent since their other ages are also cheaper. And if there's a way for Vinch to claw himself out of this, despite the score lead and the 20 Vil lead, he doesn't have map control, and he's going for a forward TC on Citeau's other TC. And he does have the castle at least. He is up, and he will be up before this TC finally goes down. And can't help but think perhaps a bit of a missed opportunity there from Citeau. Although the smart thing for Vinch would have been just to put the castle in the other, or the castle age upgrade in the other TC. A few Genoese crossbowmen here to harass this TC, and Imperial Age for Citeau. And now I imagine Citeau goes up, gets a Treb, and takes down this castle. It is a Byzantine castle, so it does have more HP. And that does, by virtue of having more HP, make them cheaper to repair. You do get more... Well, it costs less stone per HP, because it's the same cost to go from 1 HP to full HP. But you do not increase the rate at which villagers repair. So the rule of 6 to 7 vills per treb to repair still applies. And now it's Vinch's turn to castle drop. He will be reverse castle dropping his own gold to force Citeau away from it. And buying the castle means that he won't be able to buy Imp, if we look at that. Yeah, Vinch buying 200 stone there, that was expensive. Expensive enough that might have been able to propel the Byzantines to Imp otherwise. 33 on wood, 34 on wood, his whole eco is on wood. This will, at least for the moment, secure him some stone. And he still does have gold, as a monk will come around the side. I don't even know what he'll do, maybe he'll just scout. Equivalent to build cost, it is half of the build cost. So 325 to go from 1 HP to full HP. The only thing that's different is TCs, which are, since they consist of 4 buildings joined together, it is half the cost times 4, which is 4 times the cost in wood. It doesn't cost stone. And you no longer need a non-zero amount of stone to repair. You can just repair always. That's kind of a big change, because now if you go for a 3TC boom, you don't need to mine that extra tiny bit of stone to repair against mangonels. But, well, here come the cataphracts. Vinch is stuck in the Castle Age, and the cataphracts are the only thing he can do. We'll get some raiding in with them, but at the same time, his castles are being trebed down. Another forward castle here from Citeaux, really looking to apply the pressure with the forward castles. Wouldn't mind seeing chemistry and cheap bombard cannons from him. And here comes the ram. What can kill trebs under a castle defended by Genbo's? Rams. The villagers here from Citeaux need to defend, and that they're doing, but it's hard to right-click the ram and right-click the treb to get your repairs lined up, as here comes some cataphracts, and we have seen... as long as you start repairing, you keep repairing until the siege weapon moves 2 tiles away. But down goes the treb. Cataphracts doing their job. Ooh, double kill there. Ram is forced back, and for the moment at least, the trebs and this Imperial Age push are delayed. Meanwhile, at the south, again, another ram push. Citeaux has the castles, but he doesn't have the defense. Again, I'm wondering if maybe redemption for clearing these buildings, giving him more map control, would have been a better option. But right now, Vinch not mining that gold anymore. Have finally secured his main gold, and we have a trebuchet pen here from Citeaux, not going to let the rams and cataphracts kill another treb. He's just going to wall it in with some gates, keep it nice and safe. And meanwhile, we have another castle drop on the left, as Vinchester throwing a forward castle upon Citeaux's starting TC. Citeaux already an imp, no age to be denied there. Citeaux continuing to pressure with trebs. This treb, perhaps a bit unnecessary, all those gates, as how do you get past the gates? You use a mangonel to shoot over them. Citeaux has to notice in time to repair, but the mangonel can hit repair vills at least. Trying to deny the Titan gate. Exactly. And despite the walls, the mangonel destroys the treb. And this is enough vills, especially with the hill, to repair, keep the castle alive. And Vinch keeps himself in the game. If he could potentially snipe off that one extra treb, he still is up by 25 vills. And he's just swapping locations on the left island. Fireship getting a few vill kills on that TC. Demo there would have... If this were Tatro, the vills would have pathfinded their way to the left side and been hit by a demo. Anyway, more cataphracts for Vinch. I don't even know how he's doing it, but he's staying alive on the right. Picks off another treb, that mangonel coming in clutch. This castle not close enough to defend the other castle from mangonels. Genbo's not elite. They don't even have bracer. Don't really have the range they want to fight off mangonel after mangonel. And the Genbo's, they get an attack bonus against cavalry, but that bonus is negated by the cataphracts. If we look at it, it's +5 versus cavalry, but the cataphracts have 12 cavalry armor. So without a bracer, against the +2 cataphracts, they're only going to be doing 6 damage, which is still good, but not Genbo versus Cav good. And here comes another treb going down. And Byzantine's cheaper Imperial Age producing the cataphracts. Vinchester somehow still finds a way to click up. Clicks up with the TC in douche range of his opponent's TC, but it's safe, it's under a castle, and more importantly, it is his only remaining TC. So somehow Vinch is 1 TC versus 3 TCs and has a 20 vil lead. TC there. Fire ships don't really die to TC fire that much, as Satow has to repair. That's probably a misclick. I don't think you want to spend all that wood repairing. Oh, we have a bit of a pause. Now he has Bracer. And we have a bit of a pause by Satow. He says Sec. Monk Bombard Cannon would have helped more than Genbo. Monks would have definitely been better against the Cataphracts. Or just Monk Treb. Grab another couple handfuls of cereal while I'm waiting for this pause. And look at that food difference and overall eco difference for Vinchester. Still managing to pull ahead. Yeah, pausing to wipe the sweat off his forehead.
Salve.
Yeah, I'll have a few more parfuls of cereal while waiting for the pause. So, still 2 castles in the south for Satow. It feels like Vinch at least has an economy over here. Has to contend with the gold around that wood. But Vinch is very much still alive. I don't see any more chat messages since Satow called time. Oh, let's just take an overview of this economy. Satow has some wood and some gold on the right. And Vinchester just impressively destroying Trebs. The Trebs were trickling in a few at a time from Satow, and the Byzantine castles, they have a lot of HP, you can repair them for a while, and it's hard to take them out. Neither player really going for more water control. Still the fish there for Vinchester. Let's go on Satow walking his dog. Satow probably just needs to console a friend still grieving over France's World Cup loss yesterday. And ooh, what's that? What's that? What's that I spy? It's a condottiero. This animation here looks like it would be perfect for like the side of a YouTube thumbnail. Oh, there we go. This is I zoomed in. Sorry, I need a minute. Okay, sorry, go. And the condottieri. Now there is a counter for Satow, a melee unit to take out the Rams. Might have needed them a little while ago, even though they do die hard to the Cataphracts. He only has a cat. He's got to feed the cat, clean the litter box. And Rams go down. But Condottieri, they have infantry armor. They have +9 against Condottiero, though. All right. So the infantry armor they have against the Cataphracts no longer defends them because Cataphracts have specific anti-Condottiero attack. And now we'll see the one gap in the monk tech tree for the Byzantines. They don't have herbal medicine. And then the Cataphracts will heal up for a bit in that castle. But now with a Treb can destroy that TC, push Citeaux off this southwestern island. And now I have no idea who's going to win this game, as it feels like Citeaux still does have a bit of an advantage with his positioning and ability to push, but Vinch does have the better eco, up by 25 vils. And relying on Cataphracts and Castle Age Rams. Kondo, Trebuchet, Genbo. They die to Cataphracts, though. A few fires here at Monks to fend them off. There's the Treb, and it's going to be a watchtower. Just, I guess, wants something to keep the fire ships away and keep his villas chopping wood. And we now actually have a Trebuchet War. Winchester can return fire. You can't watch that tower. And not as much HP on the Italian castles. 2 Trebs have popped for Vinch. Has the hill advantage. No TCs on this island, but he might find a way to push his way back. The castle still under heavy fire. And this one, look at how pristine and clean it looks. The castle continues going down. Almost finished off. And one more volley will do it. Not enough to repair against 3 Trebs. Down it goes. Now 3 Trebs actually, if they hit, can take out a Treb, and if that's not repaired... Ooh, the gate kind of absorbing some of the shots, but the Treb goes down. And it feels like Vinch, with some Cataphracts left, gonna get the raiding in. On the left-hand side, even able to take out Trebs with more Cataphracts. And this is feeling good for Vinch. He's on 0 TCs, though, needs to throw up a TC. Oh, didn't he have a TC here earlier? I don't know what happened to that. Maybe it got trebbed. And it's going to be full Italian monks now. Oh, did you get 1v1 by the other TC? I guess Snow had to do something with his vills. And power of the fish? And just finding ways to snipe off Trebs. Citeaux stays alive. I mean, if Winchester stays alive and Citeaux gets a conversion, maybe now he has the Genbo mast he needs to win fights in the south. We're gonna have a TC from Vinch in the north. Citeaux still has the score lead. Vil lead is closed a bit. But there goes the castle from Citeaux in the east, and now he's desperately trying to throw up a watchtower and cling to the north. Now that TC will go down. Can't stop those 2 Trebs, especially not with the hill. And one more shot and it should ungarrison. Yeah, there go the Vils. Down it goes. And the Cataphracts can chase them down. 1 tower won't be enough to watch over this eco when there are Trebs prepared, and Vinch wants another castle. Going to claim everything on this island. And looking over here, there is a single barracks, but no more villagers. If he cleans these villas, he cleans this half of the map. And outposts, monks, that castle needs to move slightly. I don't know if the castle is worth it so much as more army would be. But now if we look at the villa count, it is 83 to 54. And it feels like Vinch has this. Alright, nice little trick there from Sotto. You don't want the trebuchet to pack and run away, so you build a gate behind it so you can kill it with your vills. Finally, it's Sotto who's getting tricky with attacking trebuchets. Vinch will just pull back. Not able to finish off Sotto. He's able to cling to life over here. I do wonder how long it will be before Vinch is able to use the water more, maybe get some cannon galleons out. I guess it's hard to do that with the monks. Casting some Treb Wars. Hello, probably Butter. Hope you're certainly having a wonderful day. And this is never the situation you want to be in, defending Treb versus Treb, because you're so inaccurate. But without any vills to repair, eventually that Treb will be whittled down. Here come two cataphracts, monks not converting. And they'll be taken out. It's too early to be called day. I rolled out of bed to cast this series, and it started an hour late. Right, down goes the cataphract. And Sotto, having lost all of the TCs on the right, is now rebuilding them. 88 vills to 45. And he is defending only with monks. Nice quick walls to keep the monk alive in that pocket. But can't quite get it, though. And there's another forward castle from Vinch. This will give him more territory from which to deploy his trebs. And once again, it's just going to be vills being massacred by cataphracts. And double cup, but is half a map. And this is 2 single cups this game. For this map, at least. As from this tower, you can watch the TC go down. And 2 more trebs, and now some hand cannoneers to back them up and keep them alive. 1/8 of a cup. It's like some type of cooking directions. Gotta add like 2 cups of flour to these trebuchets to increase your pushing potential. Oh, thank you, Finaval, for the follow. And GG there, called by Sotto. Crazy ability for Vinch to snipe off trebs that game. That and winning the water. Sotto had so much map control there. I had the earlier imp for the trebs, but just couldn't destroy the castles like he needed to. Great defense there from Vinch. And let's look at the better KD in the end, better eco. That 4-minute difference in castle time, and then 11-minute difference in imp time. But despite that 11-minute difference, look at that. Couldn't treb down the defenses from Vinch. All right, so 2-1. And Vinch now retakes the lead in this series. Again, it is a best of 7. And the winner Both these players were knocked out by Tato. Winner gets the rematch against Tato in the grand finals. And it's time for another water map. It'll be Japanese and Byzantines. And we have an oops. I don't know what that was for. And we'll have the wonderful one transport ship. And single TC start. Wait, what? How did that happen? Did you pick the wrong map? What? I didn't know this map could have a single TC version. How does this happen? Did you pick the wrong map size, like tiny map? That's what this feels like, maybe. Does capture... I can look at this in game. Yep, wrong map size. He picked tiny 2-player map size. So that is the mistake. Players didn't notice that in the lobby, so they'll rehost. And deduplicated cup. Open, let me change the scene. And here we are. Map sized correctly. Coral Islands, Japanese Byzantines, the matchup we've seen mostly on this map. And personally, I prefer the Byzantines, just the faster Imperial Age for the castles. Super important, but as we saw in the last game, you have to execute your Treb wars precisely. The unique feature about this map, not only do you start with the transport ship, but on the aquatic terrain, you can build sea towers. They cost 25 wood and 25 stone, and you can't garrison in them, so they only shoot 1 arrow, but you can build them starting in the Dark Age. So the possibility exists that we see a Dark Age Trush. And we often do see is players coming forward to build the towers here to deny enemy docks or to get forward dock positions. And sometimes we have seen players sneak their transport ships forward to try to steal the water buffaloes of their opponents, Sato not taking his. They do take a while to build, that is certainly true. And they do fall off in effectiveness towards the late game. All right, Vinch, time to be a thief. Lame those buffaloes. You can put them on transport ships now. And there we go. Sato. Oh, not taking them. I've seen that a few times on this map. You can steal them from your opponent. You gotta go take them with your transport ships early on before you go forward. You don't want to let them be lamed. That's just 300 food that you're throwing away there. Oh, and he's going to use them to scout the middle. He's not going to take the food. He's going to use them as scouts. That's chaotic evil right there. You steal your opponent's stuff, not even to eat it, just to scout with it. Anyway, Dock is still in the west being fished from. Vinch taking great advantage of the surrounding shorefish, saturating said dock with the fishermen. And these are, again, the acacia trees with 150 wood. You have that tiny corner in the back. Doesn't last forever, so you have to move to these islands here, and also to the bigger middle island. So between each pair of corners along the edges, there are gold mines, and that's basically all of the gold on the map. The 2 tiles per TC you start with will run out quite quickly. And in the middle, that's the map's stone. So middle control for stone, island control for gold. Have to prioritize different areas with your navy. And hello, Daniela. It's going pretty well this morning. And now there's the transport ship from Sato. That villager is just going to fish underneath it. I'm thinking he wants to send a Vil forward to tower. Vinchester already is there. You can hear the dolphins. AoE 2 definitely has the occasional dolphin noise. And here is the sea tower we mentioned earlier. 7 pierce attack, 9 ship attack. It's basically a very cheap tower, buildable only on water. Oh, Sato, you have 5 Vils. Do you want to Vil fight that? Wait, where are you going? Are you going out to one of these golds early? What is Sato doing? Oh, he's going out to a wood. Okay. Okay, he was going to go to this wood, saw the towers going up, made a quick turn, audibled to this wood line. Now Dock goes up. And Japanese, nice build order for Vinch. Faster working fishing ships. Will have the eco advantage over the Byzantines. The Byzantine advantage on this map is they have the better fire ships. They attack faster, and then they have that cheaper Imperial Age, which is just so important for the timing when you start fighting over the center and fighting over those islands, and when you want to get that fast fire ship upgrade in Imp. But for now, Vinch is up. He'll be making fires from all of his docks, probably. Yep. And it's such a weird setup on this map. Normally, when you're very far apart, you can go for galleys instead of the fire galleys, and you get, once you get 5 or 6 galleys with fletching, they tend to do much better than fire galleys, at least in the feudal age. But when you can go forward and dock and jump right on the opponent's fish, that's when the fires are effective, when you're close. And this transport ship is what allows him to go for those fires and turn this into a close game. Or into a close water map. demo there would have been nice. Well, Sato is up, and time for him now to counter it with his own fires. And Vinch adding a fishing ship? That has to be a misclick. There's no way he's doing a fishing ship this far forward. Maybe he's going to rely on the sea towers to defend it? No point to do that when you have so much fish in the back, though. Yeah, queued behind fire galleys back here. I think you really just want the fires forward. And it's just more sea towers. They don't do the most damage when they shoot only a single arrow, but no, they're added in and they do help. Watchtowers soon become much better though when you can garrison. Now both players up to castle, but the Japanese fishing ships of Vinchester letting him click up a bit faster. Some low HP fish there too. Now tower already from Vinch. Now this is what makes things very awkward for Sato. How does he now get gold access? This island cut off. Vinch has the towers between the north and that island. This island on the side, he'll need to fight over. This one maybe is his best shot. Vinch will have a clear run at this island later on. He's up doing Bowsaw and War Galley right away. Going to retreat momentarily and not take the fight until the fires are underneath the towers. Wonder if we'll get a situation where one player is stuck in the middle again. That can happen on these maps. Right now, I'm liking Vinchester's map control. I feel like he is in position to control at least 3 of these islands, and just needs to get this one situated a bit better. Now, gill nets for Japanese fishing ships. He has 8 of them over there. A few more here working the deep fish, or at least 1 there. Maybe some of them went down. But yeah, and here's where that forward fishing ship doesn't make sense. For me, we now have Sato with Byzantine fires coming out, taking out the sea towers. We'll clean the dock. Could have a nice demo here from Vinch. We'll see if it pops and gets a good hit in the fires. The fires are bunched up right under the dock. If Sato isn't paying attention, you have a decent hit there. Takes out 2 of them, a lot of HP. The sea tower could take out the 3rd and maybe even the 4th. So that was a great demo there from Vinch, actually. I'll push these Byzantine fire ships back. And here is the strength of the Byzantines on this map. Sato is up. Vinch is close, though, with those Japanese fishing ships, but not as fast as the Byzantines. Vil count's still pretty equal. And Sato, army number is still fairly equal. If Sato could get that fast fire ship upgrade sooner, then he could look to push out. Another engagement here. Will this be a good demo for Vinch? It's a good fire ship engagement for Sato. Vinch not quite paying attention, finally gets the demo involved, but it hits but a single fire galley. As fire is on the right, still doing a bit of fighting, but there is Imp. Vinch is 2 minutes and 30 seconds behind. They'll be in the center though, starting to collect up relics. I have seen lots of castle dropping in the center before, but it seems like this is just a very pure navy battle this game. And there is fast fire. With fast fire, Might have a small moment here for Seto to really start taking the advantage in these water fights. Bill count's still equal. We see guard tower coming in. Remember, the Japanese don't get heated shot. They do get Yasama, but no heated shot. And the fast fire ships actually do move faster than just the fire ships here at 1.43. And careening just now coming in for Seto, so that'll be the extra armor and also the extra transport carry capacity. And he does still have the option for Greek fire, so he needs a castle for that, but these fire ships not yet in their final form. A question I have for Seto is, where is the gold income? Doing shipwright makes the ships cheaper. Important Imperial Age upgrade. But now, Winchester, coming over to the right, Vinch has all of the gold. He has this gold, that back gold no one's taking. He has the right gold. And with these like tower dock forward combination thing he has, he's gonna stop Seto from getting to his gold. Fireship mechanics are very weird, yes. And there's the guard tower, the Japanese guard tower. Vince trying to cling to control of this northwestern gold. And still, Seto, 0 gold miners, only 137 gold at the bank. His fireship production will soon plummet. Unless he can get to one of these gold mines, he is extracted all of the resources from his home islands. Just about finished the deforestation of the corners. And now has to fight under Yasama Towers. And I feel like Vinch is in a better position with the map control. Both players trying to add castles to the center. Guard towers can help on the center island, but castles do still kind of counter towers, so it's tricky there. There's a demo now for Seto, and he needs to do whatever he can to secure this gold or to secure this gold. Remove these sea towers. And he might get there just in the nick of time to move more vills over, but his production is going to suffer. If we look at these docks, there's nothing inside of them. We see careening now for Vinch, and if we look at his docks, he's already down in numbers. Maybe Seto can just win the water enough with the navy he has that he doesn't have to add more, but fighting under guard towers will be very tricky, as there is keep. Winchester going to be adding in Japanese keeps. Does Yasama affect the sea tower? No, it does not. It should only shoot one. Why is he not going? Which player? Vinch? I think he's just saving it for later. But here at Seto, transport ship, 10 vills with the careening. Finally, he will have access to gold. Why is he not going here? And I think the answer is because Winchester had a forward with docks and sea towers that didn't let him bring vills there. But now Seto has cleaned it up, and, well, it's time for a Byzantine player to add in the trebs and start pushing the castle in the middle. Byzantine castle, 6,700 HP. Will do very well in the castle fight. Treb war, as Vinch, one cheeky little sea tower, as the fire ships attack the tower but not the vill, won't go up. Fire on the left-hand side still being annoying. Vinch trying to be a nuisance to Seto. But here comes chemistry. And the Byzantines, with their fast fire ships, should have the superior navy going forward. And now we see 2 trebs out, and again, cataphracts. It's Seto's turn to use the cataphracts, pushing back Vinch's castle in the middle. And when this goes down, the Cataphracts can come in and do some raiding. Vinch wants to control this gold in the northwest. Castle will kind of help with that, range the area nearby to the middle. But the right-hand side now is firmly in the control of Citeaux, as Vinch's forward has mostly been, if not cleaned up, at least reduced in size. That one sneaky Vil escaped all of that fire to build another dock. And in this fight, the Byzantine fire ships will reign supreme as they fire their fire fast into Vinch's ships, burn the navy, and even under the watchful presence of that keep, Vinchester can do nothing but lose his ships to the Byzantine navy. And now that woodline is exposed. That looks like a Yasama keep, though. It's shooting a lot of arrows. He could garrison that tower and probably kill all those fire ships. But on the middle, it's time for another castle drop. As the Cataphracts are going to come in, kill the monk, and they'll remove this TC and the monastery. And then it'll be one castle that can be trebbed. Now, Vinchester's trebs, they are being used against the sea towers, but not a very efficient use of trebuchet time. Much rather would have them attacking a castle. And fire ships even can come and try to protect those towers. On the right, Vinch still is being annoying with that dock, but it's going to be one dock production against an armada of fire ships from Citeaux. Forward Vil finally goes down. Lots of idols stuck on the main island as all of their corners are just about fully deforested. Now it's samurai time. I do prefer the Cataphracts in the samurai Cataphract matchup, but the samurai will at least take out one of those trebs. Here we have Siege Engineers for Vinch, so that will give him an extra range on the trebs and more bonus damage against buildings. Citeaux needs to have some Vils in position to repair here. You don't want to lose the treb for free in a treb versus treb fight. And now second treb. This castle still going to do work against the fire ships. Maybe one cannon galleon would be good here for Citeaux. And there's the repairs on the trebs, that's what you need. As long as you have your Vils paying attention, 2 trebs should never destroy 1 treb. You need 3 hits to kill a treb, so 2 can always be out-repaired. At least on level ground. Even on a hill, it still takes 3 hits to kill a treb. The Tatars might be able to do it in 2. But this is the situation you want to be in. Force your opponent to spend their stone repairing the castle. Here comes the second treb. Still enough Vils you can just about repair evenly. Cataparuto. Well, it doesn't help you do any more damage. Just lets you dance your trebs and move them about. It gives faster fire rate too? Oh, really? I thought that was just the Celts who had it. Well, same thing. It doesn't actually help in the Treb War if the Vils are there to repair. It still means they need 3 shots and the Vils can still out-repair that. Oh, and hello, Puppy Saturation. Thank you for the sub. And down goes the castle. And feels like Citeaux is well on his way towards evening up this series. Cannon Galleon for Vinch, but it's now Cataphract versus Fireship time. This is your time in the limelight. Don't forget the 30% accuracy buff on those Japanese trebs. Does Scatapruto give them extra accuracy too? I need to look at this tech. I always just thought it was the meme pack them and unpack them super fast, which actually is a really nice bonus in and of itself in some situations. The tech tree just says fire and pack unpack faster. It's the Huns who have the 30% accuracy. Vinchester, now, at least he has his gold in the back, but he's starting to mine through that. Sato still hasn't really been able to take his main gold because of these still forward and surviving sneak villagers and docks from Vinch. Sato's still mining stone in the middle. Basically has full control there. And at this point, I'm not sure what Vinchester can do to win. It feels like he's just slowly but surely going to be pushed off of his golds. Well, there's a cannon galleon that might sail too close to the castle. No, it's gonna get away. Pointy boys versus cataphracts and ships. Japanese pointy boys. That might be the option if Vinch is going to struggle to get gold, but he's also going to struggle for wood fairly soon. He needs to move out to this island, but if he's kicked off the middle, that's where he had been probably taking wood. Has one of these small islands already saturated with lumberjacks. But Sato is sailing straight past it, and the fire ships could... Maybe you need a couple galleons added in to harass the vills better, but fire ships could start harassing the only remaining wood for Vinch. And those middle lumberjacks are now destroyed. Vinchester buying stone, trying desperately to throw up keeps, but they won't keep out trebuchets. Sama keeps do not have the range they need to destroy the superior siege engine as that fire ship tries to moonwalk for a bit. Thanks HD for that bug. And low HP vills will run straight into the fire ships. And down they go. And it feels like Vinch, he's still clinging to something of a navy. And with the slightly better KD, that's keeping him alive, but we might finally see a fight where Vinch loses some fire ships in the north, as this should be good for Sato, and Vinch has to retreat, but take some fire while doing so. And same thing in the right, Sato will take a decisive victory there, and will even castle his gold in the back. He actually hasn't scouted the remaining forward dock for Vinch, so Vinch is just trickling a fire ship in here and there. And Vinch isn't giving up yet, wants to add in stables, try to contest the middle with some light cav raiding. But we already have 2 castles here for Sato to defend against that. And moving over to stone should rather shortly be able to get another one. Trying to trip down the mining camps. We might need another stone farm here, this time from Sato. Now in In answer to the light cav, we already see scale mail and pikemen being queued up for Sato. Also fletching to give the castles a bit more range and firepower. Vinch, still for the moment, does have access to wood, has moved over to his other wood island. But Sato does have the middle, and getting very, very close to pushing Vinch off of that gold island to the northwest. It's a large fleet of fast fire ships, able to control the stone, maybe able to pick off the Treb, but the pikemen should be able to do that themselves. They have 2-man saw and the final armor coming in for the pikemen. These cheap Byzantine pikemen should be able to now to finish securing the middle and take out that Treb. As look at all that fire. Oh, that stable goes right down. If the fires can bunch up and look at how fast that goes. We'll stay up as other fire ships come by though. Greek fire 2.5 plus 1. Yep, so he does have Greek fire. He does have the extra range on the fire ship. This isn't actually 2.5, capture age rounds it. It's 2.49, so this is now 3.49 range. So I wonder what Vinch sees in this map that makes him feel like there's a way he can continue and maybe win. I'm not seeing it. We're even seeing heavy demo and guard tower being added in by Sato. With treadmill crane, we'll get those Byzantine guard towers with their extra HP. Yep, and pikemen do have a bonus against ships. Demo ships are usually the counter to pikemen, but you can mix in pikes against fires, and they can do decently well, depending on the circumstances. And now Cannon Galleon push for Vinchester. I feel like this is his last hope to be able to push Sato off of this gold on the right. He needs to keep that Cannon Galleon alive, does have 9 fast fire ships there to help with that. And he is... Oh wow, he has a fast fire ship within the murder holes range of this castle, and he's just slowly but surely taking HP away from it. Sato actually needs to either realize that, attack with the Vills or a Cataphract or do murder holes. As that castle, it's a good thing it's a Byzantine's castle, but that one fire is taken off around 700 HP already. Alright, well, we'll keep an eye on that. As pikemen will be poking down houses in the south. Galleon upgrade for Vinch. Box formation to defend the cannon. Box formation, like as the actual box, like could legit be useful against fire ships because they can't actually shoot over the outsides of the box. Oh, that might be like fire galley, cannon galleon, a legit box formation, like box usage, not just to keep the units clumped up more closely. Here comes a demo, nice demo hit there. And we have dry dock coming in, that'll let the ships move a bit faster, also add in more transport ship garrison carry capacity. And, well, castle continues going down. Here come a few more demos. Not the best demos there. Nijisama keeps still doing work. Oh, well, that's going to be a very forward castle there from Sato. He has the Vills. Remember, he did treadmill crane earlier, so we should be able to get it up. I'll give him an area to make some forward docks. And he still has not noticed that one dock there from Vinch. And he still hasn't noticed his castle being taken out. Like, I'm kind of hoping Vinch holds on long enough just to destroy that castle with one fire ship. But now Cannon Galleons, they are being hit by the extra range. You can even see it in the arc of the fire. But there's the GG. Good luck taking it before dying somewhere else. 211 fast fire ships to 145. Seto evens up the series. Byzantines seem to be the best civ on that map. Just the combo of best fires with the ability to get to them fast in the Imperial Age. So our best of 7 now has been reduced to a best of 3, where each player will have one home map remaining, and Game 7 will be played on Rivulet. Oh, the dashboard seems to have stopped tracking the games for a moment. Well, I'll just do it manually then. Alright, anyway, I'll be back in just a moment. Byzantines. Byzantines are one of the best civs. Like, they're very tricky to use, but very good. Also, thank you, Puppy Saturation, once again for that sub during the game. And I will be right back once I find the lobby for the next game. It looks like they have a lobby up, and the map will be double Krakatoa. We're waiting for Seto again. Now, this map we had seen a couple of restarts on in earlier series because of players not figuring out how to use the TC wagon to pack and unpack properly. It is very tricky to use. These players are very close in elo too. They're 2584 for Vinch to 2564 for Sato, so only 20 points different. Still on the way to getting 3-3 in Rivulet Game 7. And not just Rivulet, but Regicide Rivulet. And I believe the next game is going to be Triple Arabia. And this map... Alright, we're launching now. It'll be Italians and Portuguese. As Capture Age loads in... And, okay, yeah, this happens sometimes on this map. So, hello, TCs. Yep, killed the Vil there. Yeah, so there's a ton of fish in the middle, and you want to get your TC so you can take the fish. We'll put Vinch back in the red. And then you also start on an island and transport to the Mangrove Shallows and make a TC there. And then Portuguese probably castle drop and go organ guns. As we see Loom coming in and we have a TC fight. Now, we know that you want to have as many Vils shooting arrows as possible in the TC. So you want 10 Vils in the TC. And then the rest of your Vils are basically just going to be gathering wood so that you can repair the TC. Making fishing ships can be a mistake, because then you won't have as much wood to repair the TC with. And it takes a whole bunch of Vils on wood to repair the TC. Like, 10 is probably not even enough here. And with 3 Vils, you can out-repair 10 Vils shooting arrows. So keeping the TC alive isn't really the problem. It's more the wood that's the problem, as we see both players running low on wood. Just trying desperately to get these repairs in. And it is a 2 TC start, so even if you lose the TC fight in the middle, well, you will be down by 1 TC, but it's not like you're completely and utterly dead like you would be in most games. Yeah, there's 2 Vils repairing, you just need a 3rd Vil, and then you have enough wood and you're able to repair. Also important that you right-click the TC to repair. If you use the repair hotkey, the Vils kind of bunch up in the middle depending on where you click, and that could make them vulnerable to being attacked by the other TC. So 2 will be just about enough to keep the TC HP even. 1, it will go down, and 2 will be a slight loss, and 3 will be a slight gain over time. Assuming that the packed TCs actually do work the same as normal TCs. But yeah, now it's all just about keeping your wood eco running and seeing if you can keep your Vil production up while chopping wood. As we see 3 fishing ships there to 5 fishing ships for Sato. And it looks like Sato is actually going to manage to win this fight maybe with the comeback. Oh, lost a Vil there. There's a Vil standing idle there. douche map, your TCs touch each other, but it's Empire Wars 9-fill start. Persians would be good here. I don't think they intended to douche. I think they intended to dock the middle and then take the fish. But the way it worked out, there was no room over here for Seto to build a TC. And when I say dock the middle, I mean TC the middle, because there's a ton of shorefish there that each have 400 food on them. But now Vinch is just trying to wall up his vills. And, well, he's down by a TC. Seto wins the douche. No, I don't know if that's normally, like, on Nomad maps, you're not allowed to do that, but 2TC Nomad maps aren't normally a thing. So Seto, this is where I think this is an overinvestment. Like, don't waste Vil time destroying the houses. That's not worth it. Build your own mill, collect the shorefish. Don't let your opponent somehow get feudal, have a huge fish boom, kill your fish, and come back. Oh, look at that! The clutch quick walls. I know you want to kill here, but it's only 11 versus 9. You're gonna lose some vills too. And killing the houses is not worth it. They will collect enough wood to rebuild them. Well, I guess he is housed. Needing to add houses in the back. I just think this is way too much idle time. We were fighting palisade walls. He has them, but housed while he's going up to feudal age. It's not like he's trying to build stuff while that's happening. Just adds in 2 or 3 houses and he's fine again. All the Vil time it takes to destroy those houses is not worth it, considering how much wood they could be gathering otherwise, or how much food they'd be gathering from the shorefish. Anyway, big fish boom from Seto to complement his winning of the douche. Sending in more Vils to fight. I mean, he does have a 20 Vil lead. I guess he can afford this, but he can afford it just because he is so far ahead, not because it's the efficient eco play. You attempt to wall in Vinch in an attempt to secure a greater portion of fish spots for your side. Like that, I mean, that could be a thing, right? You see, you've already forced him to palisade, so he can't Vil fight. Then you can put your own palisades outside of them. Like, trap them in so that when you do get to the feudal, a tower or a couple archers pushes this back. But, I mean, what have you accomplished so far? You've destroyed a couple houses. Okay, you've been attacking a mill. But here comes the archer. And no fletching, but it can still push the Vils back. And all this time, Vinch has been collecting from the fish. Finally, we'll get maybe a bit of idle time because the Vils can't path to get to those fish. Now that I think the one in the corner has been depleted. But otherwise, Vinch just deletes the wall, moves the Vils over, and he's fine. Now, 20 Vils is the difference, so that is not good, and Vinch will be very, very far behind and hard-pressed to catch up. Especially if Seto, as the Portuguese, can get a good castle drop in. But Vinch will be up first. Perhaps he can castle drop himself and do some damage to Seto to come back. I mean, 500 food or so not gathered? I mean, look, we have Seto that give him food from those villagers collecting like double mill, put 10 or so Vils collecting this. He's probably up to the castle age right now. It is, yep, it is a best of 7. And the blacksmith going up for Seto. We'll look to use that to click up behind the archery range as he defends with skirms. But now look who's up. It's Vinchester. And the Castle Age can start working on closing up that Vil difference. Problem is, Italians don't have a clear answer to an organ gun drop, but you will be going for a workshop and some type of siege pressure. Maybe some monks could work. I mean, if you can get redemption, that can be a good counter to organ guns if you can pump out enough monks. And 9 lives too, thank you for the follow. Sato needing to use that market to buy food he could have been collecting in the middle this whole time. But he's very safe, has a lot of fishing ships, can keep expanding the docks around the side like he's been doing. These dolphins are 350 food each. Here we see Vinch going for the galleys. This is the play that I like when you're this far apart. The galleys are a bit more nimble, you can move them around, snipe off the fish. And he's going to force Sato at least to invest a bit more onto the border to defend the fish. Because this is a lot of fish, and if the galleys can start sniping them off, this will put a dent into Sato's economy. And here comes the ram. So ram, monk push from Vinch, trying to take out what remains of that TC. We can repair that ram. And the monk will get involved, try to get some conversions. Gets 1. But now we're going to have Sato up to the Castle Age. And once again, a castle drop. But once again, Vinch with the stone to defend from a castle drop. As here comes the village. And where will the castle be dropped? 3 monks to oh, if only a mangonel could have popped and one-shot that. But 4 monks here. The monk has been charging on that Vil. Could switch target, maybe get the scout. And here comes the counter castle. Sato sending more. Vinch is not going to get that up. Needed to start it sooner. But Vinch has monks and he has the stone for a castle. He has the threat of a castle. And he will at least get it downhill, but on gold, stone, and will clear a tower, potentially near a TC. But Sato, he has such a big eco, it's time for a second castle. Yeah, he has more villages on the way to make sure it goes up. And even can snipe off a monk. And fire ship raid from Sato on the left. Town centers really don't destroy fire ships all that well. So this should be a pretty good bit of idle time on the left. And is trying to add in another TC, but still he is just, from losing that douche war, just always down by, perpetually down, that's the word I'm looking for, by 20 Vils. And Sato's just chilling and fish booming. Lost some of his fish, but there finally is the GG from Vinch. And Sato now, perhaps benefiting from the inability to place his TC early on, pushing Vinchester to the brink of elimination. So I guess we'll look at the stats, but I don't think there's much story to tell other than like wood was slightly ahead for Sato in the Dark Age, so he won the TC fight. And then just up faster for Vinchester, but Sato was just so far ahead he could do whatever he wanted. Well, this is a best of 7, not a best of 5 like most of the other series. So Vinch still alive. And I believe the next game will be Triple Arabia. I think that's his remaining home map. Alright, he's got his lobby up. And yep, Triple Arabia. Here we go. 3 TCs. 3 times the Arabia. It will be, from what I've seen of this map before, more similar to that double Arabia we saw at the start, where it has the big mountains and the woodlines with 150 food. I mean, 150 wood. And okay. This is going to be a reverse of the matchup we saw on Double Arabia. Huns, Hindustanis. Remember, it's hidden civ, no repeat, but you just can't repeat your own civs. You can take civs that your opponent has picked. And last time we saw Vinchester with the Huns beating Sato on Double Arabia. Now he has to win the opposite matchup with the Hindustanis beating the Huns on Triple Arabia. Again, these huge mountainous hills are great for castles, mostly in the middle of the map if you can control them. There are lots of cliffs dotting the outsides, and a relic here that's kind of trapped. You gotta walk your monk down this one tile path to get to it there. All these trees, they have 150 wood on them, so you don't chop through them as quickly. They have these little reeds in the middle on some cracked terrain. I don't know what they are, but they're kind of layered with water underneath them. And, well, Triple Arabia, cheaper villas versus not needing houses, both really solid eco bonuses for the multiple TC starts. Hindustanis, Imperial Camels. The camel line is probably what they want to go for against the Huns, who will be relying mostly on their cavalry line. We've seen everything from them. We saw the scouts, we saw some knights, we saw some Tarkans, we saw some cav archers. Hindustanis, it's a bit more clear what you want to go for. You want to go for the camels. And then potentially Ghulams versus cav archers. Both civs have the potential to add in halbs, and then late game you'll see some hussar raiding. Now, I do wonder, will either player try to go for stables and some scouts for some feudal pressure like we saw Vinch do in that first game? Or will this just be more of the perhaps classic doubles TC meta of going straight to the castle age and then pumping out army? Oh no, Vinch! Trying to lure 2 boars at once, And down she goes. Winchester losing a villager to a boar, a loomed villager to a boar. That gather point is still there from the TC. Will he remember this time? Yes, he does. Look at that Eco KD. Vinch does have that 1D. It has to be careful shooting with the TC. Okay, he gets it in. But sometimes you'll see players, if they lose the Vil, and they won't realize the boar has less HP because they've been shooting it so much. And then kill it with the TC. A worthy sacrifice to the boar god. And here Vinch, that Vil was idle on the house a moment. Looks like he might have had to rush that up. Yeah, this map also does not really separate the resources from the forests, so you can get more of that classic Arabia resources nestled in the woodlines feel to it. This would be the old players get salty because they don't get an admin re situation. And now let's see, can Sato do any better than Winchester as he is luring in a boar? He is loom, gets it under the TC, and oh yes, there he goes. Yeah, it's like when you get the golden stone inside the tree lines or inside the cliffs. Sometimes the cliffs would completely encapsulate a gold mine. Yeah, look at those cliffs. Like this is just like a classic Arabia. The double wolves, the cliffs, the mines stuck up by the cliffs. Oh, such beauty. Yeah, like classic Arabia. If you go and look at it, it actually goes crazy on the cliffs. And okay, that Vil stays alive under the TC. Non-zero sum eco KD. Oh wait, that's 1 death for Sato, and two for Vinch. Okay, this is because of must have been from a scout though. Okay, 1-to-1 is from a scout, but wait, 0 for 3. That has. Okay, wait, there has to be a scout fight somewhere. Where are the scouts? Yeah, only 2 scouts left. Okay, there's a scout fight going on. But, yeah. Actually, wait, no, 0 kills for either of them. That's 1 Vil lost to a boar for Sato, 2 Vils lost to boars for Winchester. Yeah, exactly. Oh, he's still struggling. The TC is trying to shoot the scout. Okay, TC gets the scout. Alright, so what are these players' elos? We're losing villagers to boars. We're losing scouts to TCs. And after all of that, the Hindustani player does have more idle time. Oh, more scouts going down to the TC as they tried to Hera snipe that Vil, but will he get away? He gets away on 2 HP. The scouts will come and pick it off. Maybe a Vil could doink it, quick wallet, masterpiece it. No. Goths is best for double CC starts with the +5 boar damage. Now, if you have the Goths, what happens is the boar is you do loom, and the Vil I think might actually kill the boar. Either that, or she'll die, and the boar will have so little HP left that you can't actually lure it in a second time. They might actually be the worst in terms of the boar just dies in the middle of nowhere. The poor mill. Well, the deer mill. This is a nice mill. Yeah, this is one of those classic Arabia games where you could get the 8 deer all together. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That feels so good. And And, ooh, a Weakville there. Both players up for Castle, Bloodlines in for Vinch. So Bloodlines, Hindustani's double stable, so that'll be for camels. Not going to go for the Hindustani Cav Archers. That would probably just fall off in number to the Huns. We'll see double stable from Sato. We'll be going for Knights then, as he has out some Spearmen, ready to poke at that gold. And lose one to the TC there. But that's a lot of spears. So Sato knows he's going to be fighting camels. Has to add in the spears. Doesn't want to fight pure knights versus camels. And this will be triple stable from Vinchester. So 3 stable camel production. As he does forging. Doesn't queue the camels yet. And there's the pikeman upgrade, knights and pikemen, and the question now is how does... Oh, he didn't queue them because he wasn't up yet. Not familiar with those architectures. Anyway, the question is how does Vinch deal with the pikemen? We all know that if you have knights, you can kind of overpower pikemen in the early Castle Age, but can you do the same with camels, even if they are Hindustani? Husbandry on the way. Another stable... But 4 stable camels versus an army that has pikemen, I feel like you need 1 more unit at least. Hindustani camel can counter pikes, can they? Well, I think we're going to see that. Maybe even just adding in a couple of his own pikes here could be good for Vinchester, just to let the pikemen are... Oh, actually TC's counter pikes if they run under them. But just let the pikemen end up fighting something other than all of their pokes being at the camels. Here's a fight not quite under TC's. Hindustani camels doing alright, actually, fairly well against the pikes. Five TC start arena, that could be cool. Or 5 monastery start. Oh, there's the pikes. Not as effective as Sato might have wanted them to be. And these Hindustani camels, they're doing work. So both players were 16 minutes in, already at around 100 bills. Monastery there for Sato. There go the vills for the forward castle. He has the outpost. Vinch should see the vills. And there is the castle drop. Sato likes his castle drops, if that's one thing we've learned from this series. And what does Vinch do against this? He needs to run. He hasn't noticed this yet. 3 TCs, he hasn't noticed he's going to lose one of them. Finally, a camel is on the way. And notices, and he migrates, just goes back, will lose the farms. It's a lot of wood put into those farms. It's, what, 800 or 600 wood for 60 wood for 10 farms. But he can run back, build a TC on that stone, and start working on his own defensive castle somewhere over here. Try to get in person, shove that down. Meanwhile, the camels are doing a good job of raiding, killing quite a few vills from Sato. Sato still does have the vill lead, though. Oh, there's a boar that wasn't lured in. Sato maybe just letting some vills die so we can't tell which of the corpse was the one the boar killed. Or which of the corpses was the one the boar killed. Now fletching for Vinch, he has a castle on him, and more pikes attacking in the south. But he has out Hindustani camels, and these things can be deadly. TC getting some kills on the pikemen and the monk as they try to pathfind their way to... I don't even know where they're pathfinding, but the camel should make short work of them. And the pikemen go down. Tarkin. It's Tarkin time. As you now have a defensive castle and some ghulams. And that's what the ghulams can do. They can counter the pikes. Much more so than the camels. And I don't know who wins Ghulam Tarkin, but it's probably not as bad for the ghulams as knights would be. If it is even bad for them. Defensive Workshop for Vinch as Sotto clicks up to Imp. So the question is this now an Imperial Age versus Castle Age game? And the castles are adjacent to each other. They can't actually shoot without murder holes. And yeah. The Vills. Oh no, Vinch. Don't lose your Vills like that. There you go. Don't leave them idle. Now, Hindustani camels do have an attack bonus against buildings, but they still will take a very long time to whittle down the HP of castles. Once again, though, Sotto, his villagers running away from castle fire. And there is the elephant. Yeah, so this will be not an Imperial Age Trebor, but an elephant push from Vinch, trying to hope that his opponent has gone up to Imp too quickly, and that he'll be able to take out this castle, kill the 17 villagers within, and make a push out of his base in the Castle Age. Now he's up to 130 vills, both players around the same pop count, but Vinch is looking, instead of going up to Imp, to continue pumping out gold army. Now the army numbers are similar, but this is all pikemen and trash. And there are a few petards. Is the petard play enough here? I don't think he'll have enough, and they seem to have awkwardly spawned out of the castle. He's going for it, though. There's one. So Sotto's up to Imp, but the petard just gets taken out. Here's where one or two petards could have been useful for Vinch just to kill the castle faster. But he wants that Ghulam production. He needs a unit to deal with the pikemen. He can't just keep sending camels straight into pikes. LTC is down, but the elephant rams are about to do their ramming. Once you do your blacksmith upgrades, it can actually get really difficult for Vills to take out the elephants. And now we have the camels looping around as Vinch wants to take out this castle, get his own castle up on the hill. Halb upgrade is in for Sotto, and that's just gonna make it so much more difficult for Vinch to take these fights, especially in the Castle Age. Now there's the Halb army, and Ghulams probably do not beat Imperial Age Halbs. And there is the Treb, a Treb that can be chased down by camels and killed along with its escort of villagers. And Vinch working his way closer and closer to the Imperial Age, working his way towards his own Trebs and taking out castles while he does so. And down go the villagers and the Tarkin. Trebuchet on the hill will have a very nice hill bonus from which to besiege that castle. And Sotto will continue claiming stone from right outside of Vinch's southern base. Well, if you lose one base, you do have two more, but the middle base also is being raided by Halbs. And if you're relying on Ghulams to counter the Halbs, you need castles from which to produce them. And it looks like Vinch might get pushed off of the south too. He does have a big score lead and a big Vill lead, but he needs to start getting some raiding in. Here come the Ghulams in the north. He's adding in a castle. And now, despite some losses to the TCs, is disrupting this economy and forcing a migration of villagers. So, Sotto will be losing his northern base as Vinch clicks up to Imp and tries to take a bigger fight, but camels into Halbs is not what he wants to be doing. He wants the Ghulams to go into the Halbs. and not going for the camel upgrades, going for Elite Gulam and the armor upgrade there. But this is still a lot of halbs, and perhaps a bit of a premature fight from Vinch, even with the hill. And his Gulams there will be cleaned up before Elite comes in and before their armor comes in. Why did he remove all vills from the northern base? Because of a few Gulams raiding him, and this is probably an overreaction from him. But Vinch does still have a huge vill and eco lead. Let's actually take a moment just to check the economy. Yeah, and you can see how his total resources gathered have pushed ahead there. And will the blacksmith go down before Blast Furnace finishes? That could be pretty bad for the Gulams if it doesn't come in. And yep, no blast furnace. I can pronounce that correctly. No blast furnace. His two-man saw will be coming in, but now Seto adding in a castle to the north. Feels like he has stemmed some of Vinch's push a bit, but still is abandoning that northern TC while the halbs try to come in. And do a fairly decent job. Here's Heavy Camel, but now you're getting to the problem that Vinchester is going for that double gold composition of Gulam, Heavy Camel, and as the gold starts to run a bit low, what is he going to do? It won't run low for a while because of all the Triple Arabia resources, so maybe the double gold composition will work for him. Well, he needs to take out that Treb, which he does, and needs to take a good fight against that castle. And, well, Vinch, up by a healthy score lead, gets some raiding in. And you can't just make a few halbs to clean that up. And Seto's going to call the GG. Vinch evens up the series, and we are going to Game 7. Rivulet Regicide Game 7. So, nicely done from Vinch, winning both sides of the Hun-Hindustani matchup on double and now triple Arabia. And I think this version of Arabia is just really beautiful to look at. Maybe could be annoying to play with how the golds and stones hug the forests and cliffs, but I'm liking it. I want to thank you, Akimbo, for the follow. And we're getting ready for game number 7. And Rees105, thank you for the follow. We're closing in on 5,000 followers. We're at 4,768. Up in Grits Brit, you have the 4,769th follower, I guess. And Ho Ho Holland, thank you for the follow. You missed the 69. But thank you for the follow. And well, game 7 on Rivulet. I don't think I actually have seen Rivulet played, and I certainly have not seen it played with Regicide settings. So typically, I don't know if there's a tournament admin around who can confirm this for us, but typically if you play Regicide with multiple TC starts, you get 1 king per TC, and all of the kings have to die in order for you to lose. So normally, you don't think about king snipes in standard Regicide 1v1s, and you'll think about it even less when you have 3 kings and you would need to snipe all 3 of them. That is to delete all 2 kings for pop space. All right, and Zetnus can confirm for us, you need to lose all the kings here. Is the date and time for the final set already? I don't believe so. I believe whoever wins this next game here will have to schedule their rematch for Tato, and I will keep an eye out for that and try to cast that whenever it is. Yeah, right, so both these players earlier on, they've had a great series. They both had been knocked out by Tato earlier, and this game is to win the rights to rematch him in the best of 9 grand finals. Tato will have a 1-game lead going into them as the upper bracket advantage. But we're getting ready for Regicide Rivulet. Let's hope the players know how to set that up in the lobby. And maybe Zetnus would confirm if there's any guidelines for when they're, or timelines for when they want the finals scheduled. I would assume they probably want to do it this week, so it's before the Christmas holiday over the weekend. I don't know what plans the players have, or the admins have. And the players are in their lobby. And again, they can't repeat civs that they've already picked. I don't actually know what civs they would want to pick for Rivulet Regicide anyway. I think we'll just see when they start. They've both already gone for Byzantines, Hindustanis, Huns. Both have used Italians too. And Vinch has used Bengalis and Japanese, whereas Sato has used Portuguese and Lithuanians. You'd like to recall seeing Gurjars in previous games? We haven't seen them so far. They could be an interesting choice with their camels against the Hindustanis, but that really needs to go to Imp now. It's not the stomp from Castle Age onwards that it used to be. In previous triple Regicide Rivulet games, have there been triple Regicide Rivulet games? Earlier, the Rivulet or the Regicide game was the 4 quarters map. But I haven't seen every single game. There might have been. The dashboard is telling me the players are still in the lobby. Looks like they had a random join them. Time for MBL to walk over to their PC and kick that guy out. Viper versus Dragonstar, really? King Micro. I've seen the King Micro of Backed leaving his king unguarded and sniped off in tournament games. I'm scouting too much. But anyway, once again, we'll just put Vinchester in the red if I can click the UI. And welcome to Game 7 on Rivulet. We'll have Vinchester to the west and Seto to the east. Lithuanians versus Berbers. Lots of deep fish in the south. Lithuanians, of course, with the extra food, can go for the super early dock, and that's true even on the multiple TC starts. Berbers will probably have the better navy with the faster moving ships long term, but will be ever so slightly slower in setting up their fishing economy. And you have these shallows passing through into ice in the north, where there's quite a bit of hunt for you. That's where your gold and your stone mainly lies. More gold in the middle too, not as much stone as in the north. And then to the south is you have a bit more of a food concentration with very small piles of gold and berry bushes dotted about there. And the wood, again, mainly is in the middle, tiny bit in the north, and not as much in the south. And this is nice. You have a nice road connecting the TCs. This is the type of map where the TCs are in the same spot every time and the road connects them, so you can be absolutely sure that every game players lose the scouts to the TCs, or even lose the kings to the TCs. I guess they don't have scouts, they only have kings. But you really don't have to worry about running into TCs because all three of the kings have to die, so if you lose one or he takes a stray arrow to the knee, it won't be too bad. You have to kill all three of the kings, so our Capture Age minimap will show us the locations of the kings, but those won't be too important, as I doubt you will simultaneously kill all three of them and suddenly win a game, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. We have a bit of a pause here. We have Seto pausing, doesn't say anything in the chat. I think our French player Seto every so often just needs a pause to recover from the World Cup yesterday. Says sorry go. We'll be attempting not to lose a villager to a boar like in the previous game. They don't count as a unit. I guess they don't count as a military unit. And I guess they don't count as an economy unit. Somehow Capture Age counts 0 to 39 when there's a pop of 42. And 0 to 40 when there's a pop of 43. So I guess that's a difference of 3 kings that don't count. So, yep. This is, you use your kings to scout because you don't have your own scouts. And maybe the 500 IQ play is you delete your kings for pop space. But probably not something you want to be doing, at least not right away. I imagine that players will probably forget about the kings. And I wonder how intensely players will fight over the water, as Vinchester will be the first up. And he will be prepared immediately to make probably fire galleys from 2 docks, snipe off fish, and try to control the water. This is where the action will start. I don't see a barracks or other military building elsewhere. Well, I guess the barracks is the only option now, but no plans to transition to other feudal military buildings. Right now, Vinch is just content to fight over the water by curing fire galleys as soon as he has the gold for them. Seto continuing to add in fishing ships despite seeing how late he's up. His kings did have vision here of the docks. That king will just hide in the corner there for the time being. As he does know there's a dock there, I might be unaware of the second. I imagine the 4th fishing ship might not have been added in had he seen the second dock, as he is a very long way from feudal. And Seto might want a fast castle. Lots of sheep here. This is where you go hide the sheep somewhere so that your opponent doesn't get them. And Sato still scouting with his kings. You don't have a scout cavalry, so I guess you don't have to worry about them being picked off. But now, here come the fire galleys. Not even futile for Sato, so he won't be able to make a counter. He'll be going straight for the fast castle. Gets a spearman with the TC there. So finally we do see the barracks in the stable from Vinch. And the question is, will he go for scouts in feudal age military, or will he instead turn towards the castle age? And castle age is exactly where Sato is getting, as with the Berbers he'll have cheaper knights and cheaper camels. And the Lithuanians will rely upon picking up relics and collecting their attack bonus before they can really take good fights against those camels. Knights, if they get 4 relics, can probably stand toe-to-toe against Berber camels, or even the Lechai. Oh, and hello, Foggy. Hope you're doing well today. And I love how these, like, rock terrains look like, kind of like cliffs, and then you have the sea rocks laid on top of them. And some more rocks just to make them look extra rocky. Actually, those might not be sea rocks. They might just be normal rocks, kind of scattered about. Sea rock is something a bit different. I don't think there is one on this map. But feels like Vinch is off to a good start winning the water there. And up to the Castle Age himself. And up to the Castle Age at about the same time as Sato. Sato just not really being able to transition that feudal to a castle click. Those are sea rocks? Okay. They just don't have little moss on them. Normally I think they have moss, and sometimes you can even like see them awkwardly. Okay, yeah, they are sea rocks, you can tell, because you can see the underwater part. Like, it looks a bit different. I think that's what that's supposed to be, yeah. Yeah, sea rocks. Anyway, dock for Sato will go down, and water will be Vinch's. So, with the water victory, can Vinch push that to a full victory? My question is, how is he going to collect relics? There's 1, 2 that he could go for at the north. 1, 2 he could go for in the south. And probably one more somewhere. Actually, how many relics are on this map? 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1 all the way very far north. You do see rocks? This is how you use the sea rocks, with the underwater part actually under the water. You can see there. And as soon as Vinch is up, he goes for TC number 4. It's a double cup, and 3 isn't enough, so he needs a 4th. Let's see, what does Sato do? Other than being housed. Sato's going double stable knights. So he wants to push double stable knights against the Lithuanians, rely upon the better eco and cheaper cost of the knights. But it will be 7 fishing ships powering this Lithuanian economy for Winchester. 7 fishing ships and 5 TCs. Well, if you're going to use the fish, TCs are where do you spend it? There's the monastery, and he's going to start picking up relics. I imagine starting with, oh, those 2. 2 very nice relics right there for Vinch if he can secure them, which it looks like he probably will be able to. And now here come the night raids. Those vills have to abandon that lumber camp, but will seek the safety of this nearby TC. Should be able to hop inside and move to the other wood line, so no real issue there. Knights with only +1. So even with no range attack upgrades, the TCs can still do quite a bit of damage to them. Another knight. Vinch is just everywhere with knights, trying to hope Sato doesn't notice, and is successful with Sato not noticing, and Sato might lose a few vills here on the farms. Fire ship sailing up the waterfall. I don't know if this is supposed to be passable or not, but yeah, the fires can sometimes sail there. Oh yeah, there it goes, sailing up the rocky waterfall. That is the most realistic ship you'll ever see. It's always been most be ripped. Anyway, Vinch up by about 20 vils, and just feel like that early warder has snowballed a bit. Needs to keep the fish on the deep fish and not the shore fish. And we're trying to keep out Sato's knights as Sato is just pumping them forward as a third stable now. This is where things can start to get overwhelming if you're a Berber player at 4 stables. If he can sustain 4 stable knight production, he might be able to overwhelm Vinchester in numbers. Vinchester has 2 relics though already. He will have very strong Lithuanian knights for the Castle Age. And there they go, starting to pick off the villas. You have some pikemen, but we all know that pikemen don't counter knights in early Castle Age, as the monk wants to convert. Did Vinch lose a king? I see 3 kings for Sato and 2 for Vinch. But nope, it's because 2 are in the same TC, so the icons doubled up. And ooh, he wants relic number 3, but Sato will spot that just in time to snag the monk. And now, Sato takes the score lead. Here come the knights. Vinch is up by 30 vils, but he needs to repel this Sato raid. As the Night Flood continues. Defensive castle in the north, trying to secure some farm space and these mineral mines. Lots of hunt here too, and even still a relic that he just has missed scouting. Same thing for Sato, he's missed that. And the knights, they're getting everywhere. And Vinch is trying to chase with pikemen, but doesn't have enough. The knights keep getting their kills, getting in on the wood line. And this is 8. Where are down there? I can't even see all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stables from Sato. And Sato is just going to keep pumping and pumping and pumping the knights. And Vinch wasn't prepared for this number of military. Had a huge vil lead, but that's been knocked down to about 13. And looks like Sato, with the flood of knights, is just overwhelming Vinch. Vinch was not walled. He was getting the relics, was about to get a third. You can see how close it was to the monastery, but just didn't quite have this transition down in time to pump out the knights against the Berbers. Berber knights go Berber. They are so cheap. And he wanted the pikemen, he wanted the upgraded knights, he wanted the monks. Just everything he wanted to do to counter that was there, but just not quite in time. And now it's 9 versus 44 military. And things are looking bleak for Vinchester. Sato raiding in the north with more knights. Two kings still in each of those TCs for Vinch. The king for Sato wants to get involved. He needs to be careful he doesn't retaliate and run into the TC. Vinch, his tournament life on the line, trying to add in one more TC, but down to 65 vils, 65 to 83. He calls the GG, and Sato, with the Berber Night Flood, floods his way past Vinchester to a rematch with Tato in the Grand Finals. GG. What a set that was. And what a Night Flood to end that. 129 to 48 kills. Eco's even better for Vinch. Different focus there. Gold there for Sato. Fishing ships. They did collect a good amount of food, but in the end, it just didn't have the eco in time to deal with those knights. Tried to wall, but couldn't wall off the farms. And we'll go, let's 4-3 for Sato. We'll take one more look at the... Let me find the bracket we have. Page just got updated. Please refresh. We'll refresh that before we look at it. Oh no, it didn't have the last game in it yet. But it will soon. And... here we are. So Sato will advance to take on Tato. Tato, coming from the upper bracket, will have a 1-game lead in a best of 9. So that will be 8 games. That has not been scheduled yet, but I'll keep my eye out for that, hopefully later this week. Sato benefited from some admin decisions early on. Looks like he managed to avoid facing Jordan. Took out Dark. Didn't have much success against Tato, only won 1 game, but Vinchester... his run comes to an end after beating the Viper twice, knocked out first by Tato and then by Sato. So thank you all very much for watching. I woke up to cast this at 8 a.m. and then it was an hour late, but I still had a lot of fun with it. And I will find someone to pass you all over to for a host. Let's see. I think Nova's gonna cast the Rex, so I'd host him. But it's gonna be what I just casted. So let's see. Vinchester is not streaming in English, and I don't know if he's gonna keep playing after he just played a best of 7. So let's go over to, let's send a raid over to Mihai. I think he's playing in, he said he has a TTL in his title at least. They're in Deciders for Gold League. So go say hello to Mihai, and we will keep an eye out for the grand finals. Alright, set great. Oh, thank you for showing up, Dysfunctus. Hope you have a functional day. And go say hello to Mihai.